the Security Officers Union and being able to say that we want everyone, all boats to rise. We've heard that a long time. We want all boats to rise and to be able to make sure that people have affordable health care, that they're able to afford that American dream of owning a home, be able to afford all of the other things that people would like to have. And it is not an oxymoron to say that you can have both be business friendly and union friendly at the same time. And this legislation that we stand and support today is going to be able to ensure that it is transparent and that people have an opportunity to join a union if they would like to do that. And that is what this country has stood on, is people being able to have a choice. And so a lot of eloquent words have been given about the importance of supporting this legislation, but I wanted to stand up as well and thank all of you that are here today in the overflow room, that this council will hopefully unanimously adopt today, that we support the national, not unanimous, almost, American Free Choice Act here in this country, and to be able to say that we support people having a wage and having an opportunity to have a voice for themselves.
With that, let's go ahead and take the vote. Thank you again to everybody who's taken time out of their day to be here. Please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes, 1 no.
That is approved. Thank you very much, everybody. We'll send that forthwith without objection to the mayor.
The no vote was cast by District 12 Councilmember Greg Smith. Also on Tuesday, item 7 was a consideration of a new ordinance that would regulate mortgage modification consultants, calling them scam artists. Council President Eric Garcetti talks about the fraud of mortgage consultants who prey on homeowners faced with the prospect of losing their homes due to foreclosure.
Well, this is a very significant piece of legislation, and we're going to be the first city in the nation to pass it with your help. One of the worst parts of the foreclosure crisis is so-called consultants. We come off of freeway off-ramps and we see their signs saying, call us, help keep your home, and they're taking advantage of homeowners who are worried about foreclosure. But guess what? If your home isn't in foreclosure yet, there is no law that governs the fraud that many of these individuals are committing right now, preying on homeowners who are already hit by the financial crisis, feeling insecure, haven't quite yet gotten to foreclosure, but they're saying, give me $1,000, give me $2,000, give me $5,000, I'll take care of it and we will keep you out of foreclosure. And then they disappear or they do very little. This would be the first in the nation ordinance to make sure that these scam artists, because that's all that they are, they're essentially scam artists, are kept to the letter of the law and have a law which keeps them accountable. Organizations which you'll hear a little bit from today, such as Los Angeles Neighborhood Housing Services or the Center for Law and Justice, have been able to work with many people who've been caught in these webs of deceit. But in some cases, they've helped people keep their homes, get back into their homes, and get money back from the from the scammers. But state law, while it currently regulates consultants helping homeowners already in foreclosure, doesn't address those who are not, who are just looking for help before they default on their loans. Don't call those numbers that you see if you're a member of the public. We were also the first in the city to set up a hotline, which, guess what? The White House, under the last administration, continued in this administration, made the national hotline for home foreclosure assistance, the HOPE hotline, 888-995-HOPE. Our new president has set up makinghomesaffordable.gov, a place where you can go, where you can find HUD-certified consultants who will help you make sure that you stay in your homes. And these services are available free of charge. You don't have to pay hundreds or thousands of dollars. But if people do choose to use a consultant, they should not pay an upfront fee. They should insist on having a contract. And once this ordinance passes, this will be the law.
District 7 Councilmember Richard Alarcon believes this new ordinance will allow us to do a better job in cleaning up the problem and contends that predatory mortgage consultants take a valuable time when a real solution is needed.
You know, it's the saddest thing when somebody has been taken advantage of to the extent where they're losing their home, and there are predators out there who are worse than the first predators that came along because they seek to kick them while they're down. And there may be other laws that speak in a general nature about this practice being illegal, but this hones in on the practice specifically and enables us to better deal with those people who are ripping people off with false promises. The the truth is that they exacerbate the problem, because not only are they taking their money, more importantly, they're taking their valuable time away from them, distracting them from a real solution where they should be going to agencies that can provide the proper services. They are waiting for this contracted person to give them the service that they never give, and that takes valuable time away when the foreclosure clock is ticking. And so I support this measure. It's almost a no-brainer, a slam dunk. And yes, I wish we had done this a year ago, but there's so many things going on that unfortunately you have to see the victimization before you can hone in on what exactly the problem is going to be. So this, if it's the first in the nation, that's a very good thing. But we have to deal with every level of the problem. The fact is that this industry was created and compelled because of the fees and the transaction costs, that people would turn a blind eye to somebody's income. They would turn a blind eye to whether or not they really qualified, and they would stretch their value and make them qualified even when they shouldn't have been qualified. But it was an industry problem. It wasn't just at this level. And so until the local government, with the county government, with the state government, and the federal government hone in on all the elements that compel this greedy industry from providing these bad loans, we're going to continue to have problems as time goes on. So hopefully this will provide a cleanup at the local level that will enable us to do a better job of cleaning up this problem.
Mr. Clerk, if you would please open the roll on that item, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Forthwith, please.
If you are facing foreclosure and would like financial advice for free, call the HOPE hotline at 888-995-HOPE or go online to affordable.gov. LA City View is the government access cable channel for the City of Los Angeles, featuring live coverage of city council meetings and programming about city department services and events. You can watch city council meetings live or view past meetings by going to the city's website at lacity.org and follow the instructions for video on demand. And remember, you can watch all Los Angeles City Council meetings live in their entirety on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Fridays beginning at 10 a.m. On Sundays, you can watch the replay of all the week's meetings, also beginning at 10 a.m. Council Week in Review can be seen Monday through Friday at 9:30 a.m. and 6:30 p.m. On Sunday at 9:30 a.m. Well, that concludes our program for the week ending May 1st, 2009. On behalf of Francisco Montano and everyone here at Channel 35, I'm Jack Popejoy. Thank you for watching, and please join us for the next Council Week in Review.
It is estimated that one of these 5 girls will be sexually abused before they turn 18. Child abuse happens, and you can stop it. Speak out for a child by calling 911. End the silence.
Call 911.
Childhood shouldn't hurt. If you suspect any type of child abuse, please call 911. Help keep our children happy and safe. You can end the silence. Call 911.
LA City View, Channel 35. Your city, your channel.
Los Angeles, and welcome to the City Council meeting for May 5th. Happy Cinco de Mayo, and welcome to our City Council chambers. We're here in the John Farrow Council Chambers, room 340 of City Hall, where we meet every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday at 10 a.m., except for the first Friday of the month, in which we're in Van Nuys. Welcome our viewers on Channel 35 and those members of the public who are here joining us in Council Chambers. Very good morning to all of you. I'm Council President Eric Garcetti, and I've been joined by my colleagues, Council members Tony Cardenas, Wendy Gould, Tom LaBonge, Jan Perry, Bill Rosendahl, Herb Wesson, and Dennis Zine. That takes us up to 8 members. We are awaiting 2 more members to constitute a quorum. We need 2/3 or 10 members of our 15-member body to conduct our business. So if the following council members who are now late would please come down to council as soon as possible. Council members Alarcon, Hahn, Huizar, Parks, Reyes, and Smith. Mr. Weiss is excused today, so we do not expect to see him. But otherwise, those members, if they will make their way down as soon as possible. We are broadcast live on Channel 35 and rebroadcast each evening on Channel 35 through the city's cable system. We also are available online through the internet at lacity.org, where we have live streaming webcasts of our council meetings and archived footage of our past council meetings. You can also sign up for podcasts, and there's a wealth of information there for members of the public and others to improve the quality of your life here in LA. And finally, you can use your telephone and call into our council meetings and listen to the audio proceedings by calling 213-621-COUNCIL. 213-621-CITY. It's called Council Phone. Again, that's 213-621-CITY. Again, we're just awaiting the council members who are late. Those are council members Alarcon, Hahn, Huizar, Parks, Reyes, and Smith. Thank you all for your patience while we wait those members, and we'll begin our business right after. you again, council members Cardenas, Gruel, Labange, Perry, Rosendahl, Weston, and Zine. Councilmember Alarcon, Councilmember Hahn, Councilmember Weezer, Councilmember Parks, Councilmember Reyes, and Councilmember Smith. Thank you, Mr. Parks. We're still awaiting Mr. Smith, Mr. Reyes, Mr. Weezer, Ms. Hahn, and Mr. Alarcon. So please join us as soon as possible so we can begin what will be a very busy meeting today. Thank you. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Alarcon, Cardenas, Gruel, Hahn, Weezer, Labange, Parks, Perry, Reyes, Rosendahl, Smith, Weiss, Weston, Zine, Garcetti. 10 members present and a quorum, Mr. President.
Thank you. First order of business, please.
Approval of the minutes.
All right, Ms. Perry moves, Mr. Rosendahl seconds. Without objection, those will be approved. Next order of business.
Commendatory resolutions for approval.
Mr. Parks moves and Mr. Cardenas seconds. Without objection, those will be approved as well.
Mr. President, this is Tuesday, and there's a flag salute.
Mr. Fleming, would you be kind enough to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? And if I could have everybody please rise and council for a salute to the flag. You can come to the podium if you'd like. Mr. Fleming, why don't you come to the podium right there, and then you can be heard a little better. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Repeat after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. If we can run through the agenda, please.
On the regular agenda, items 1 through 5 are street lighting districts, notice for public hearing. Council should continue the hearings and present the ordinances on May 26th.
Okay, without objection, we'll go ahead and continue those hearings, present the ordinances on the 26th of May. Next items, please.
Items 6 through 10 are street lighting district ordinances, notice for public hearing. Council should have 12 members. Do you wish to hold those?
Yes, please. Let's hold those on the table. We're still awaiting Mr. Alarcon, Ms. Hahn, Mr. Weezer, and Mr. Reyes. If they'll please join us. Next items, please.
Items 11 through 31 are items for which public hearings have been held. Items 11 through 13 are confirmation of city officials. Do you wish to hold those?
Yes, please. Let's hold 11 through 13.
And item 14 is the joint CRA and city council meeting. Do you wish to hold that?
Yes, please.
And, Mr. President, on item 17, there is a request to continue that matter to May 13th.
Any objection to continuing that till May 13th, colleagues? If not, so ordered.
And lastly, Mr. President, on items 18 and 19, there's a request to continue those matters to May 19th.
Okay. Any objection to continuing 18 and 19 to the 19th? If not, so ordered as well. Let's hold 15 and 16 on the desk till we have 12 members. Mr. Rosendahl?
31 special.
31 for Mr. Rosendahl. Mr. Parks?
Number 23 for Mr. Weezer.
Okay. Mr. Parks for Mr. Weezer on item 23. Are there specials, colleagues?
Mr. President.
And Mr. Alarcon is here, Madam Clerk. Yes, Mr. Zine?
15 special, please.
15 special for Dennis Philip Zine. Any other specials? If not, let's take up the balance then, please. We're not quite there yet. The next batch. Please open the roll, close the roll. And are we holding 16? 16. Let's hold 16 so we have 12 members as well. Excuse me. If we can, on the balance, please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
11 eyes.
Okay, those are approved. Next items.
Items 32 through 44 are items for which public hearings have not been held. 10 votes are required for consideration.
Okay, and 43, you want a special, Ms. Berry, is that correct?
43.
Yep, 43 and 44, Ms. Gruel. And do we have cards in the public on those?
Yes, Mr. President. There are cards on 32, 34, 40, 41.
Okay, we'll open and close the public hearings on the other items. Any specials, colleagues? Mr. Parks?
Yes, I'd like to call 33 special, and on 42, I just have a quick verbal amendment.
Okay, would you like to make that?
On 32, on the motion, on the second paragraph, just delete the word, three words, Jesse Brewer Park, because it's mentioned in the latter part. So just remove that from the second paragraph.
Okay. And we'll still hold that on the desk for a card from the public. Mr. Labange.
Mr. President, I apologize, but my error, but for Ms. Hahn, item 30 special.
Okay, we'll come back and reconsider that. No problem. Any other specials, colleagues? If not, let's go ahead then and please prepare the roll. and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Those are approved. If we can go to the next items, please.
On the supplemental agenda, items 45 through 48 are items for which public hearings have been held.
Okay. Colleagues, anybody wishing to call 45 through 48 special? 45 through 48 special? Why don't we, while we're still awaiting Ms. Hahn, Mr. Huizar, and Mr. Reyes, why don't we hold those on the desk for Ms. Hahn then? That'll leave us with 48. If nobody wishes to call 48 special, let's go ahead and open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
If we can take up 36 forthwith without objection. If we can take up the ordinances that we're holding, Mr. Huizar is now here, we have 12 members. So if we could take up 6 through 10. And Ms. Hahn? So 6 through 10 and 16, please. Please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Okay, those are approved. If we can reconsider 30 for Ms. Hahn, please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
And we'll call it special for Ms. Hahn. And Ms. Hahn, items 45, 46, and 47, you had special from Friday. Did you want to call those special, or do you want to vote on those now? Ms. Hahn? The items 45, 46, and 47, we had held, I believe, on Friday for you. Did you want to vote on those, or did you want to call them special?
We can vote on those.
Okay. Let's go ahead then and open the roll on those three, 45, 46, and 47. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Those are approved. Next items, please. Do we do 49 and 50?
Mr. President, I don't believe you took a vote on item 48.
Okay. Let's go ahead then on 48. Nobody wishes to call that special. Let's prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Okay. Next two items.
Items 49 and 50 are items for which public hearings have not been held. 10 votes are required for consideration. There is a card on item 49.
Okay, we'll call that special for card from public. And item 50, okay, Mr. Rosendahl calls 50 special. Okay. Ms. Hahn?
Would it be okay if we reconsidered item 17? Let's call that special.
It was continued
Oh, let's continue.
to the 13th? Do you want to?
Okay, good.
Okay, is that right? Okay. We will now, we've had a request to take up, because I know we have some county officials that are here that need to leave, but before public comment, to take up item both 43 and 44. Before that, Ms. Perry, I think we can dispense the CRA vote in about 3 minutes, if you don't mind, then we can get the commissioners and everybody out. So if the CRA would like to come forward at this time. This is a joint public meeting of the Los Angeles City Council and the Board of Commissioners of the Community Redevelopment Agency of the City of Los Angeles to consider the approval of the proposed Fifth Amendment and restated Laurel Canyon Commercial Corridor redevelopment plan. The proposed Fifth Amended and restated Laurel Canyon Commercial Corridor redevelopment plan is to be approved and adopted pursuant to the Community Redevelopment Law of the State of California. Will the City Clerk please call the roll of the members of the City Council and the Community Redevelopment Agency of the City of Los Angeles?
Alarcon, Cardenas, Gruel, Hahn, Weasel, Labange, Parks, Perry, Rosendahl, Smith, Wesson, Zine, Garcetti, 13 members present and a quorum of the City Council. Commissioners Jackson, Janus, Ortiz, and Sickler, 4 members present and a quorum of the CRA-LA Commission.
Okay. Do we have the quorum, Mrs. Stona? You're waiting? Awaiting one? Okay. Let's hold it on the table then. I guess we'll have to take up the other item then. Okay, Ms. Perry, if we can take up item 43.
Okay, thank you very much.
Oh, and just before that, I think there's a quick recognition. I'm sorry, Mr. Cardenas, just would like to recognize some folks from the audience, and then we'll get into the discussion. Mr. Cardenas?
Thank you very much, Council President, members of the public. I'd like to welcome the Guatemalan American Education Foundation, who's here visiting from Guatemala. We have Julio Estrada, Director of the Latin Band, Pedro Molina, Patricia de Boiton, Director of the School, Pedro Molina, Jenny de Leon, Director, Assistant, and Ada Batum, General Secretary of FEGA. They're here because they have been chosen, their band has been chosen to be one of the marching bands in the upcoming Pasadena Parade, which we all know as the Rose Parade, which is well known internationally. And I also like to point out that this Guatemalan band is one of the top 2 bands that will be in the parade, international bands that will be in the parade. And one of the things that's I would like to note is this band is known internationally, and also they're known for their energy, and it's my understanding that they're going to be marching and not only marching but dancing as well. And I think it's like 5 miles or something like that. I don't know how people do it, but obviously it's from the direction of the adults that we have here and the energy of that community to put on such a wonderful show. They're here visiting Los Angeles to come look at the parade and to get ready for next year's parade, but also I think it's a great opportunity for us to recognize that here in the community of Los Angeles at large, we have so much wonderful displays of international visitors and also of events here in the LA Basin. So with that, gracias por acompañarnos hoy y la bienvenida a Los Ángeles, a la ciudad de Los Ángeles. Gracias.
Thank you very much. Bienvenidos. And welcome. I'd like to recognize Ms. Perry now.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And at the center table is Dr. Jonathan Fielding, the Director of Public Health for LA County. And I want to thank Mr. LaBonge for signing on to this motion on this very timely and pressing issue, the issue of the swine flu epidemic. And I would like to just ask Dr. Fielding if he could take a few moments and share some information with us. I'm going to ask just a couple of quick questions, and then let's take it from there, because you know more than I do, obviously. Dr. Fielding, flu illnesses, do they generally last beyond what is considered to be the normal flu season ending May 1st? And is it believed that the swine flu is likely to appear in the southern hemisphere as we enter our winter season now? And hold my time.
Very thoughtful questions. We generally see a tailing off of the influenza curve at this time of year. However, we haven't really looked as carefully because it's not a major problem. And as we look more carefully now, at the beginning of May, we see a lot of seasonal flu remains. So we are finding the new flu, but we're also finding seasonal flu. And with respect to the southern hemisphere, yes, we look very carefully at the southern hemisphere, because what the southern hemisphere gets during our summer is often what we're going to get the following late fall and winter. So we're going to be following that very, very carefully, and it is likely that this will appear, but again, it's a novel virus and we don't know very much about its characteristics.
When an epidemic is identified in our region, what steps does the county go through to take the lead in determining school closures, travel restrictions, and those kinds of things?
I wonder if I could incorporate those as part of a general comment, because I think otherwise it's going to
hold my time.
A little jerky.
Yes, please
that
do.
That would be all right.
Please do.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning. As your health officer, as the health officer for LA City, I'm pleased to come before you to talk about what we're doing about this outbreak of the novel H1N1 strain that used to be called swine flu. Let me remind everybody, you cannot get this type of flu or any type of flu by eating any pork product. As of this morning, there were 11 confirmed cases in LA County, including 6 cases in Long Beach of this new flu. Individuals have had mild to moderate illness, have not required hospitalization. There have been no deaths linked to H1N1 influenza in Los Angeles County. However, since we in an average year have approximately 1,000 deaths from the complication of influenza in Los Angeles County from seasonal flu, it would not be entirely surprising if there were any deaths associated, a few deaths associated with this new variant. It is a new variant. It has 2 different components of swine, one of avian and one of human influenza, so it's recombined into a novel form that we've not seen before. That obviously is a cause for concern, but not a cause for alarm. There are a lot of people who've heard the term pandemic and say, my goodness, we're going to have a pandemic. Well, pandemic simply means we're going to have a problem in many parts of the world. It does not relate to the severity. In fact, you can have a problem, a new disease, which is not very severe and which could be spread throughout the world, which is apparently what we're seeing with H1N1, although I say that carefully because we want to continue to monitor. It's still early days. Everybody has a role to play in protecting themselves. I will get into that. And let me just summarize the outbreak. The cases basically have been treated by themselves in most cases early on, and then come to our attention when they went to a doctor, and a doctor or emergency room took a swab. We're seeing a large number of seasonal flu cases, and we expect to see this type of new flu in most places in LA City and in LA County. So it's not really worthwhile saying, well, you found it here, is that really the epicenter? It's probably throughout the city and the county. As of this morning, the Center for Disease Control is reporting there were 279 confirmed cases of swine flu in 36 states. Fortunately, there's only been one death so far. That was a 2-year-old boy from Mexico who was brought to Houston to seek medical care. And aside from that, everybody has recovered. The World Health Organization reports over 1,000 cases in 21 countries on multiple continents, and Mexico has reported 590 confirmed human cases, including 25 deaths. I would point out in Mexico, the strain is exactly the same as the one we are finding in Los Angeles. However, we do not know how many people were infected in Mexico. So when we talk about having the number of confirmed cases and number of deaths, we don't know what the denominator is. We don't know if it's 500,000 that were infected or 100,000 or what. But the strain is the same. The World Health Organization has put the current swine flu problem, to use the old terminology, at phase 5, which means the pandemic is imminent. We would expect in the near future they would declare that this is a pandemic. Again, not having to do with severity, only with its geographic spread. This is not the first time that we've seen a virus that comes from pigs and humans and therefore can be transmitted from person to person, but has some swine portion in it. Some of you may remember in 1976 there was this big concern about the possible severe swine flu, which did not materialize. But because this is a new strain, we are not sure how much immunity we have to this strain, what we call cross-antigenicity. In other words, if you've had flu, let's say the last few years, do you have any protection against this new type? We don't really know the answer to that. There's some early suggestions you might have some resistance to it, but that is not yet clear. The good news is that what we're seeing with this type of flu is very similar, if not the same, as what we see in seasonal influenza. That is, what you're going to find is fever, headache, fatigue, muscle aches, lack of appetite, coughing, runny nose or stuffy nose. You can also have some diarrhea and vomiting and a sore throat. What I would point out is when you have the flu, generally you know it. You feel like you've been hit by a truck. It starts with a real whammy. If you just kind of have cold-like symptoms, that's probably not the flu. Again, this does not appear more severe than the regular flu that we've seen. In fact, it's milder than some of the flus that we've had in the past. We don't yet fully understand the characteristics of this. That's why we're looking so carefully. And one of the things we do know about flu viruses is they tend to change. They tend to mutate. Therefore, we want to look very carefully, because it is certainly possible that it could mutate and come into a form that could be more virulent, that could cause more problems. And should we have a flu virus that led to a substantial number of severe cases with hospitalizations, that could be a much more significant problem. We are not at a point where we can stop the spread of this. The federal government is also saying that our efforts should focus on mitigation versus containment. The Centers for Disease Control in the state and we have all been very active in monitoring this. The state has activated the Joint Emergency Operations Center of the Department of Public Health in cooperation with the California Emergency Management Agency. Last week, Governor Schwarzenegger proclaimed a state of emergency over the spread of this flu, and last week our board, the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors, declared a local health emergency. Allows us to maintain a quick and effective response to this flu. So let me summarize the activities that are going on very quickly. We are engaged in surveillance activities, reminding the public, healthcare providers, and other sectors to provide respiratory hygiene, investigating cases identified in the county, and developing guidance documents for healthcare providers and other stakeholders. Over the past week, you'll be happy to know we have hosted several LA City EMD staff at our Department Operations Center. We are stood up an incident command structure, just as you would for some other major emergency, such as a fire. We have enhanced our surveillance. We've been working with the Long Beach and Pasadena health departments, emergency rooms, physicians, hospitals, and schools to carefully monitor any signs. And the good news is we're not finding a lot of severe influenza in hospitals. We've not seen an increase in the number or frequency of severe cases. We're also doing our syndromic surveillance to see what is going on with the sale of over-the-counter medicines, with the number of people who are presenting to emergency rooms with influenza-like illness, and again, we are monitoring that very carefully to see if there is a change in the pattern of disease. We have deployed case investigation teams of epidemiologists to follow up on several possible flu clusters. They're doing the footwork to track new cases of flu and working with households and schools to put positive measures in to reduce the spread. There's been a lot of concern about antiviral medication. We have received materials from the Strategic National Stockpile, including antivirals, and at this time we have over 378,000 courses of antiviral medications, primarily Tamiflu. If necessary, our county will have 2.5 million courses available within a few days' notice. We are, however, making sure that those are used for the situations that are at highest risk, and we are not recommending routine distribution. This is really needed to treat severe flu and for healthcare workers and others who may have been exposed to that situation. If we give a lot of Tamiflu, if people take a lot of Tamiflu, we increase the risk that we're going to have resistance. In fact, of the seasonal influenza types floating now, there are some that are not susceptible to Tamiflu. Tamiflu is the antiviral medication, the most common antiviral medication. With respect to the media, we've been working very hard to try and provide messages and keep people up to date and assure transparency for everybody in LA City and LA County. We posted flu prevention tips and links to the CDC and WHO swine flu investigation websites. We have material on our website, lapublichealth.org. We also are using YouTube. We have YouTube, and we're now going to go on Twitter. We've translated the basic information into a number of different forms. This is in English and Spanish, and it goes over the things that are most important, and I'm sure all of you are experts in that. Number one, wash your hands carefully and frequently. And do you know what song you need to sing when you're washing your hands? Happy birthday. Happy birthday times two. And if you want to sing a song only once, what do you sing?
What?
A, B, C, D, E, F, G. That takes about 20 seconds. That's how long you want to do it. When you cough or sneeze, you want to use a tissue. If you don't have a tissue, your sleeve will have to do, but that's much better than getting the whole environment contaminated. You will want to not touch your eyes, your nose, or your mouth with your hands. You want to, before you wash them, because that's the way you introduce influenza, because flu can be on a hard surface. That virus can last over 24 hours. On some other surfaces, shorter period of time, but you can have the flu virus that can last for a while, so you don't want to touch that. And most importantly, if your child is sick, don't send your child to school, and if you're sick, don't go to work, even though the city council needs a quorum. So we've been providing materials to healthcare workers, to first responders. In line with this, we've been working with Los Angeles County Office of Education, LAUSD, to provide information and guidance to schools. There's been a lot of discussion about school closures. Some other places around the country have taken a very aggressive approach and closed all schools. We've looked very carefully at this. We have a clear algorithm, and we do not feel that is necessary at this point based on the nature of the problem, the situation we're finding. However, we are working with schools very closely, and we're saying if kids are, screen kids, make sure they're not coming back into school or into preschools if they're sick, and if they have this kind of illness, stay out for the longer of 7 days or at least 24 hours after your symptoms subside. So don't go back into school when you're sick. Make sure that the kids are well before you do that. We do have an algorithm. We have been working with others. I think we always have to weigh the health benefits, which of course is our primary concern, against the social and economic effects of closing a lot of schools. And we have not felt that we're increasing the health risk by not closing them at this time, but there may be situations where we do recommend closure. We have been working very closely with LA City. You're the only city for which we fund a full-time public health liaison position, and that position sits in your emergency management department. I think that's been very valuable. We've hosted several city EMD staff at our Department Operations Center this week and have provided an informational briefing to the Director of EMD. We also send our daily incident action report to LA City and city staff, and they participate in our calls. So what do we need? What can the city do? Well, you can promote good hygiene among all your employees and their families, because despite all talking about this incessantly, people still don't always have the best hygiene. Since you're one of the largest employers in the county, it's particularly important that you make sure everybody understands that and make sure they don't come to work. Unlike some settings where people have to give up, in fact, pay not to come to work, your benefit plan allows people to stay home, as I understand it, when they are sick, and that's a real advantage. You also can promote good hygiene as a service provider to clients, and you might want to consider placing some hand sanitizing stations in city buildings. We've drafted guidelines for preventing flu in county departments, and we've shared this with your city. And then, of course, you can relay key messages to constituents. I think it's very important that all local government agencies provide open lines of communication and be transparent with the public, because this could change. We don't know if it will, but it certainly could. And you can provide educational materials. We've translated the basic information into 7 or 8 languages now. We're happy to share that with you. You can also send them to our website at lapublichealth.org, and I think that's very important. Finally, for the general public, don't panic. Remember that this type of flu looks like the regular flu we're seeing. Secondly, follow those basic precautions. If you're sick, in most cases, self-care is going to work. Just stay home, get rest, get hydrated, take over-the-counter medications for fever or for pain, but don't use aspirin in this situation. And wash your hands frequently and try and minimize your contact with other people. There's a lot of discussion about how far you need to stay away from other people. Some experts say 3 feet, some say 6 feet, so if you want to be sure, you'll stay at least 6 feet. There are situations where you may need medical care. Obviously, even though most people can do fine with this illness without help, there are some situations you want to see your doctor if you have difficulty breathing or shortness of breath, if you have pain or pressure in the chest or abdomen, if you have sudden dizziness or confusion or persistent vomiting. That's for adults. And kids, you want to be obviously more careful if they have fast breathing or trouble breathing, if they have bluish skin color, if they're very dehydrated, they're vomiting and have diarrhea and you can't keep enough fluids in them, if they're not waking up or not interacting or confused or disoriented, or if they have fever with a rash. Those are the situations you definitely should seek medical care. There is no reason to avoid family gatherings or other gatherings, big gatherings like the Cinco de Mayo or other marches. There's also no reason to use masks for the general public. If somebody is sick at home and they have a number of caregivers, that's something you might consider, but there's no other need for people to have masks out in public. And with that, let me, I hope I've answered some of your questions in advance, but I'm happy to answer additional questions to the extent that you have them.
Mr. President, I had just one quick question for Dr. Fielding so we can put this on the record. You know, and I know, county has the largest homeless population in the region, and I wanted you to just say on the record what LA County Public Health can do and what we can do as your partners to assist in monitoring our group living quarters, such as the year-round homeless shelters that we have. I have the largest one in the city, and I'd just like to know what you're advising on. Have you been monitoring to mitigate the situation?
Well, again, we still have seasonal influenza, so we're really looking at the same things we would be doing. If you have people in those situations and they have no place else to go, you want to put those individuals in a separate place to the degree possible, isolate them, help them understand what they need to do so that they don't spread these problems to others. And of course, if there are serious problems, make sure they get medical care.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you. We have Mr. Labange, Ms. Hahn, Mr. Rosendahl, and Ms. Gruhl next. Mr. Labange.
And Ms. Perry, thank you very much. Dr. Fielding and staff, thank you. Mr. Featherstone, our Director of Emergency Preparedness, you're our liaison, is that correct, your office? Well, you can go to the microphone just so we understand the role. And Ms. Hahn, several years ago, you spoke up loudly and said, we need to get a liaison, and the liaison is in a form there. So, Dr. Feeler, that's nice to hear. James, just so everybody knows from the city side.
Jim Featherstone, General Manager of the Emergency Management Department. And I'd like to, first of all, thank Dr. Fielding and his organization. We've had permanently assigned to the EMD staff a public health liaison for about 2 years now. He's in touch with Dr. Fielding and his staff several times throughout the day. This is actually day 14 for the city in terms of intensively watching the situation. Through the public health liaison we have and interaction with Dr. Fielding's staff, we actually started monitoring this situation back on April 23rd. So the value of having a full-time public health liaison in a city as large and as complex as Los Angeles has paid off 1,000-fold in this situation we're dealing with now.
Well, thank you. That's key for us, because in 1969 or 70, we divorced our own health department
64
to merge with the county. San Francisco, Long Beach, and I believe Pasadena are the only independent county health agencies, or city health agencies in the state. That all being said, any research on 1918 in Los Angeles County? I know there's a lot less people here, but 1918 was the last big flu that killed 50 million people. Hold my time, Madam Clerk.
Yes, I don't know that we have some information. I don't think it was different than other places in terms of the attack rate, the severity. We weren't keeping the same kind of statistics as well then as we are now. But what was concerning about the 1918 pandemic was that it started off mild, and then it switched to a much more virulent form. We think, although we don't have enough information to be sure that they aren't two separate viruses, but because we know flu viruses are viruses that recombine and do change, and so we have both kind of some shift and then some major changes, and we have to therefore monitor this situation very carefully.
Thank you. And another question I wanted to ask, which you said, good hygiene is real important, and I think it's always a constant reminder, which is so key. One of the big things we, even though we have a challenge with our budget this coming year, is our public pools. Public pools are a place where people gather. Is there any connection here at all?
No, I'm not aware that there's a specific connection for influenza. I do think that there is always this issue of public pools of contamination, especially by infants and very young children who may not yet be toilet trained in pools, and that's an ongoing issue, trying to make sure that parents are aware and don't put kids in pools in that situation. But it's also a question of how much chlorination you put in. In some cases there are problems and you superchlorinate and you go back to where you were. But no, that is not a way that this disease is predominantly spread.
Next question. Sometimes and I appreciate everyone's passion and heart, but sometimes we have people selling fruit on street corners in an effort to provide good health by eating fruit. I'm for fruit all the way. I just concerned. Second for fruit. Thank you very much. I just wanted when the issue near a street, near a drain, near a parkway that may have trash or debris on it. Is there any of your field research, not necessarily on this issue, but other issues related to that issue of open-air sales? I know inside a building we're very aggressive in trying to keep the A, B's, and C's of public health. How do you reach the outside? Because that could be a vehicle for challenge.
I think that we do try and monitor that carefully, but it's almost impossible to monitor every little stand that comes out, at different times. I'm not aware. I think the major concern there is when you have, for example, people cutting up fruit. They don't have running water. They don't have things. So if people are selling whole fruit like a banana, which you can peel, I think the risk is quite low, and I don't think that's a major problem. But there are other food being prepared. You don't know if it's being prepared properly, if they have the right knowledge. So there are risks to those street corner vendors, and we're trying hard, and we have sweeps from time to time, but I don't think it's realistic that we can fully eliminate that risk.
I think Mr. Weezar and I were looking at a way to try to bring it on in a more controlled process like on a corner mall, a corner center where they could do it and have some regulation to make sure. In closing remarks, Dr. Fielding, thank you and your staff. Public safety, we all preach about. Public works, we all know and preach about. But public health is we should preach more about, so it's so important. And I do want to ask Ms. Hahn one question you said in the remarks there about the 6-foot rule or something like that. All righty. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Ms. Hahn is our next speaker.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Mr. LaBonge, for pointing out that I did call for the City of Los Angeles to have, actually I called for a public health officer, and I called for that during the time when the county, I believed, was acting a little bit short-sightedly in closing down first the trauma center and then the entire Martin Luther King Jr. Hospital. I still think that was poor judgment, and we don't know, I think, the consequences that we've had as a result of that. So I wanted Los Angeles to have a person at the table with the county to represent our interests as well, and I'm really glad to see that we have a public health liaison now, because I think that's critical. And we didn't. Who would have foreseen this, so-called crisis happening? And we really needed to be at the table. So, Dr. Fielding, I appreciated your remarks. I want to get this in perspective a little bit. Tell us again, how many cases of seasonal flu do we experience in the county, and if you know, nationwide, annually? Hold my time.
Well, we don't do that kind of testing. It's rare that one does test on a flu because most people are treated by themselves at home and they never seek medical care.
What do we think? Do we have
but it certainly could affect 10 to 20% of the population in a year if people, depending on the level of immunization. Well, in Los Angeles County, if we had a novel strain and people weren't immunized against it, it certainly we could get 2 to 4 million people who could be affected by it. But since we're focused more on immunizations now, even though this vaccine isn't the end of the world.
Well, let me ask, do we know how many cases of flu we had last year?
No, we'll never know how many cases of flu, but we know that on average we know how many hospitalizations nationwide. We know that there are roughly, on average, 36,000 deaths from the complications of influenza, not generally from flu itself, although some could be, but most of the complications, primarily in the elderly, also concerned about very young children.
So nationwide, you're saying about 36,000?
Yes, nationwide, and about 1,000 excess deaths in Los Angeles County.
So we've got about 1,000 deaths from flu in Los Angeles County.
That's our best estimate. It doesn't wind up on the death certificate.
Right.
But when you look back and you do an analysis, that kind of pushed people over the edge that may have had other problems.
And so right now we're seeing again, how many cases of this H1N1? flu
Well, we've only
in LA County.
Let me just say that the diagnosis is very complicated, and we've had to have them go to the state and the Centers for Disease Control, and we've had to prioritize. We've only had 11 confirmed cases as of today. I'm sure there are hundreds of cases in LA County. But again, since it mimics seasonal flu, there's no way to tell, and people aren't coming forward for regular influenza. So I don't know how many cases there are.
Okay, well, that's a problem. I mean, seems to me if we're really, I mean, we've got the whole...
Fortunately, it's not a problem because we've had mild to moderate. We are monitoring the hospitals very carefully. So if we had a severe case in the hospital of respiratory illness that looked like flu, we would know about it. I mean, the hospitals, we have contacts virtually every day with the hospitals.
How many of those do we know about?
In the hospital? That have none at this point.
None. So
none.
There are none that we know of
that have confirmed at this point. There's some that are hospitalized that have been, quote, suspected. They haven't gone through the full testing process.
I'm just trying to put this in perspective because I read every day. Some days it's panic, and then the next day it's not as serious as we thought. So I just wanted to get a real perspective.
Yes.
And it could be, as you said, changing any day, and it could become something more serious. But I think that's good for the public to know.
Yes.
That, frankly, at this point, we have no confirmed cases that have been hospitalized as a result of this strain. So, I mean, I just think we need to know that. Let me ask you before my time's up, what are you, because you're the expert, you're the go-to guy for health issues in the County of Los Angeles. What are you most worried about?
Well, I would say the things that keep me up at night are issues related to terrorism, bioterrorism, or chemical terrorism, and a pandemic of a virulent strain. In terms of things that could be a real changer in terms of health in Los Angeles County, those are the things that I think are the greatest risk. But on the other hand, we have such...
What are you most worried about with this particular...
With this flu?
Yeah.
What I'm most concerned about is the strain changing. I'm most concerned about a mutation that facilitates human-to-human transmission. I'm concerned that we could wind up with resistance to the antiviral agents that we have, and I'm concerned that could occur before we have a vaccine. Again, I think you're absolutely right. This is a relatively mild form from everything we've seen. The reason that people have been concerned were the initial reports out of Mexico and the fact that this is a strain we've never seen before and its behavior was not predictable.
Right, but at this point...
At this point, people need to calm down a bit.
Right.
Thank you.
One of the things I see Pat McCosker in the audience, who's the head of our firefighters, our rank and file firefighters. Are we working with our paramedics,
we are.
both in the county and the city, to make sure that we're getting feedback from them when they go out on their calls to people's homes? Because as you said, many probably never make it to the hospital. Many maybe never get reported. But it seems to me our rank and file paramedics are the ones who are in people's homes all over the county of Los Angeles and are really seeing firsthand people who are beginning to exhibit some of these symptoms.
Yes, we do have we do monitor that through our emergency medical services part. We know what kind of problems are being found that are being transported to the hospital.
And are we getting this goes on regular reports?
We get this information in regular reports. It's one of the pieces of information we use in addition to syndromic surveillance, where we understand what's coming into the emergency room, what are the over-the-counter sales of different medications, how many thermometers are being sold over the counter. We have a lot of different sources of information to try and track this.
Okay, well, thank you very much for being here, Dr. Field.
Thank you. My pleasure.
Thank you, Ms. Hahn. Mr. Rosendahl is our next speaker.
Yeah, just a quick one. It's good to see you again.
Thank you.
Now I'm on this side rather than my camera in my show. You did a great job in presenting it. Just one question. As it mutates around right now, and we know it has bird in it, it's swine in it, and human in it, it's a unique combination of 3 different viruses. How are we doing on the vaccine strategy?
Well, we don't know that it's mutating. The evidence to date is that the strain that's been identified from Mexico is the same strain that's here, which one of the reasons we're a little surprised to see a different pattern. There is some what we call initial seed lot vaccine available for initial testing. That's just initial testing. We're still using techniques of vaccine manufacture that have been around for many, many years, many decades, in fact, and you rely on eggs and culturing them in eggs. It takes 4 to 5 months to get a significant amount. I think that it is likely by the fall that there might be as many, and again, this is speculation or guesstimate, maybe 20 million or 30 million doses certainly wouldn't be enough based on our current techniques for everybody. We don't even know if it would take one immunization or two.
Right.
There's a lot of issues that have to be worked through. So I think at this point that is a priority of World Health Organization and the Centers for Disease Control and NIH.
Good. And thank you for talking on radios and all kinds of places, putting the word out, not to panic. Just follow these simple rules. It's really simple, and we live within that, and we'll just take it one day at a time.
Thank you. Thank you very much for amplifying the message, because that makes a big difference.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rosendahl. Our next speaker is Ms. Gruhl. Oh, sorry, Ms. Gruhl is we're going to wait for the second one, and Ms. Perry's also taking herself off. So let's go ahead and note and file that report. We want to thank you very much for taking the time to be here. We appreciate that very useful information as well.
Thank you very much for having me.
Absolutely, our pleasure. And we have cards on this as well. Mr. Arnold Sachs, if you'd like to come forward on 43.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. President. One of the things that also could happen is people could tone down their volume of being frightened. This epidemic, the headlines screaming and cases being discovered. It's a flu. It's seasonal. But along with it, let's going with the epidemic portion of this. Since there's 6 cases in Long Beach, will Long Beach be quarantined? How about duct tape and Visqueen like the federal government offered when we had the weapons of mass destruction? And finally, for the doctor, the number of cases for this flu, is it approaching the number of rape backlog kits that are in the county and city? That number is about 12,000. Let's have another hearing on that. Thank you.
We'll close our public comment on this item. Non-objection will receive and file, or note and file, that report. If we can ask the CRA board to come forward for a second, then we'll come back, Ms. Gruhl, on item 44, and then we'll take public comment, and then we'll take commissioners. So, to restate, this is a joint public meeting of the Los Angeles City Council. This is item 14, and the Board of Commissioners of the Community Redevelopment Agency of the City of Los Angeles to consider the approval of the proposed Fifth Amendment and restated Laurel Canyon Commercial Corridor Redevelopment Plan. The proposed Fifth Amended and restated Laurel Canyon Commercial Corridor Redevelopment Plan is to be approved and adopted pursuant to the Community Redevelopment Law of the State of California. Will the City Clerk please call the roll of the members of the City Council as well as the Community Redevelopment Agency Board of the City of Los Angeles?
Alarcon, Cardenas, Gruhl, Hahn, Weezer, Labange, Parks, Perry, Rosendahl, Smith, Wesson, Zine, Garcetti, 13 members present and a quorum of the City Council. Commissioners Jackson, Janis, Ortiz, and Sickler, 4 members present and a quorum of the CRA LA Commission.
Thank you. Mrs. Estelano, our CEO of the agency, do you wish to respond to the written statements and the comments that were received prior to or at the joint public hearing that we held last week on April 28, 2009?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Our legal counsel, Karen Tiedemann, and Kirk Kidder, our city attorney, are happy to reply to the written comments that we received.
Okay.
Good morning. Is this on? Yes, so the City Council and the Redevelopment Agency held a public hearing last week. There were approximately 30 speakers at the public hearing, and in addition to the speakers, the City Council received 8 written comments on the amended plan. The speakers last week were pretty evenly divided in support and opposition to the amended plan. There were sort of some general themes that were raised in the comments. First of all, there were some concerns about eminent domain. The amended plan does grant the agency eminent domain authority over a small area of the project area, the Valley Plaza area.
Some of the concerns were the use of eminent domain, and just to reiterate, the plan does not authorize the use of eminent domain on any residential properties. And also, the granting of the power of eminent domain in the plan does not mean that the redevelopment agency will be exercising that power. Before exercising the power of eminent domain, the redevelopment agency must comply with all California procedures. Those procedures require that the agency attempt to voluntarily acquire the property. They also require a public hearing where the property owners are entitled to speak. And the use of eminent domain will only be used if necessary to remediate the blighting conditions. Most of the other comments that were expressed at the public hearing were generally on the project at the Valley Plaza Center itself, as opposed to on the amended plan. The Valley Plaza project is not being approved as part of this plan. This plan overall amends the redevelopment plan but does not take any action on the specific project. Before the Valley Plaza project can be approved, the redevelopment agency will hold numerous public meetings and hearings, and the community comments on the project specifically are more appropriately dealt with at that time when the agency has the full information. In addition to the testimony at the public hearing, the agency, since the initiation of this plan amendment process, received 8 written comments. In accordance with the California redevelopment law, the agency is required to respond in writing to all objections they receive, all written objections that they receive on the plan. And you have before you a written response to all of the written objections. Just to summarize, of the 8 comments, again, many of those comments were specifically on the Valley Plaza plan, the Valley Plaza project, as opposed to the amended plan. And so most of those comments will be dealt with when the agency actually takes up the plan, the project itself. There were concerns raised in the written comments by property owners about their properties being included in the eminent domain area. A couple property owners requested that their property not be included in the eminent domain area. The agency, in examining the area in which eminent domain might be necessary, was very careful to draw the area as narrowly as possible, but to ensure that the agency has the tool of eminent domain should it be required to remediate the blighting conditions. Should the agency require the use of eminent domain, obviously it will be very carefully done, but the properties that are included, it was believed, were necessary to implement the plan. Finally, there was a concern addressed in the written comments about the increase in the bonded indebtedness limit. One of the amendments to the plan is to increase the bonded indebtedness limit from $25 million to $50 million. The concern was expressed in the written comment about the ability of the agency to repay that level of debt. The bonded indebtedness limit was set very carefully based on the projected tax increment. It is believed that should the agency need to issue bonds, there will be sufficient tax increment. And obviously, prior to issuing any bonds, the agency will have to determine that it has sufficient tax increment. That concludes the summation of the response to comments.
Thank you. That will, at this point, turn us to any final questions or comments by the members of the City Council or the CRA-LA Commissioners. Any questions? Commissioners? Council members? Okay. As responses have not been needed to be made because there were no questions, the CRA-LA and the City Council will now proceed to consider the various actions before us today. Mr. Jackson, if you'd like to proceed with the CRA-LA actions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. We're going to take 3 resolutions. We're going to take each of them separately. The first item is a resolution of the Community Redevelopment Agency of the City of Los Angeles, California, certifying that the Community Redevelopment Agency of the City of Los Angeles has reviewed and considered the information in the final environmental impact report for the Laurel Canyon Commercial Corridor Redevelopment Plan Amendment, making certain findings regarding the environmental impacts, adopting a mitigation monitoring program, and adopting a statement of overriding considerations. Do we have any motions?
Move approval.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Okay, that passes. The second resolution is a resolution of the Community Redevelopment Agency of the City of Los Angeles, California, approving and adopting the 5-year implementation plan for the Laurel Canyon Commercial Corridor Redevelopment Project, fiscal years 2010 through 2014. Do we have a motion?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? That passes unanimously. The third resolution is a resolution of the Community Redevelopment Agency of the City of Los Angeles, California, approving the proposed Fifth Amendment to the redevelopment plan for the Laurel Canyon Commercial Corridor Redevelopment Project and the report to council thereon, authorizing the submission of the Fifth Amendment and the report to council and making certain findings related thereto. Do we have a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? That one passes unanimously. Mr. President and the members of the City Council, the CRA-LA now submits to you the actions of the CRA-LA for your consideration.
Thank you very much for the submission. Councilmember Grewal, do you wish to make the motions?
Thank you, Mr. President, and colleagues, and thank you to the CRA. This is an exciting day for me, I think, for the city, for my community, and for the redevelopment agency, and the ability to move this project forward and to be able to provide the kind of services necessary for that community, provide the tax base we need in the city, provide jobs, and all in all benefit the community as a whole. Mr. President, I would ask the council 3 resolutions. The first one is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Los Angeles, California, adopting written findings and responses to written comments or objections received in connection with consideration of the Fifth Amendment and restated redevelopment plan for the Laurel Canyon Commercial Corridor redevelopment project area in accordance with provisions of Health and Safety Code Section 33363. Mr. Garcetti, I believe we need to vote on each resolution.
Okay, if we go ahead, Mr. Clerk, please open the roll on the first. Madam Clerk? Oh, Mr. Zine, we had a previous section for questions from council members? No? Okay. That was by accident. Okay, let's go ahead and open the roll then on the first action. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
That is approved.
Second resolution is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Los Angeles, California, certifying that the City Council has reviewed and considered the information in the final environmental impact report for the Laurel Canyon Commercial Corridor Redevelopment Plan Amendment, making certain findings regarding the environmental impacts, adopting a mitigation monitoring program, and adopting a statement of overriding considerations. We would also ask that we adopt item 2.
I'll second that. Please open the roll on the motion. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
That is approved as well. The next one.
Thank you. An ordinance of the City Council is item 3. Ordinance of the City Council of the City of Los Angeles, California, approving and adopting the Fifth Amendment to the redevelopment plan for the Laurel Canyon Commercial Corridor redevelopment project.
All right, let's go ahead and open the roll. I'll second that. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
That is approved.
There's one more. Item 4, which is move approval of the adoption by the CRA-LA of the resolution approving and adopting the 5-year implementation plan for the Laurel Canyon Commercial Corridor redevelopment plan.
All right. Thank you. I'll second that as well. And let's go ahead and open the roll. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
That is approved. We will send that forthwith to the mayor for signature. And Mr. Jackson, Chair Jackson, if you'd like to adjourn your meeting.
Okay, do we have a motion to adjourn our meeting? Do we have a second? Okay, the meeting is adjourned.
And before they leave, Mr. President, I just want to say thank you to the commissioners and to the staff. You've been engaged and involved and listened to a lot of my constituency on the concerns as we go forward and adopt the operational agreement and to address some of those concerns as well. But I want to thank you for your time and commitment and particularly for being here last week and today to adopt this. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you. That concludes our actions today on this item. Thank you, commissioners, as well, for your very moving speeches. We appreciated this. And with that, we'll go ahead and go back to item 44, the commissioners, and then we'll take public comment. And just for reconsideration, so we can place it on the queue, if we can reconsider, which item was it, Ms. Hahn? 28, if we can open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
And we'll call that special as well. Item 44, Ms. Grewal.
Thank you. If you could ask the Department of Transportation to come up to the table, and I want to acknowledge Ms. Perry and Mr. Labange on their issue in the swine flu, and this is just another item that had come to our attention to talk about what was happening with Metro and the other transit operators. Jim, if you could just briefly share with us about the fact, I think a group of the transit operators in this area got together, and there is a Metro action plan to talk about some of the things, concerns that people had, and we heard from Jonathan Fielding from the County Health Department earlier today, the importance of it.
Yes, Jim Lefton with the Department of Transportation. There was a meeting last week hosted by MTA and attended by most all of the municipal transit operators in Los Angeles County, including LADOT. And that gave everybody an opportunity to share some of the strategies that they're employing at their particular transit agencies to help deal with the swine flu outbreak. A lot of the actions that are being taken to date are consistent across the county, including LADOT. The basic actions include increasing the level of cleaning of the buses, the rail cars, the rail stations with an alcohol-based solution to help reduce the transmission of the flu among the various riders within the county. There's also been very strong action in terms of providing information to employees of the transit agencies on actions that they can take to help reduce the transmission of the flu between employees as well as between the employee and the riders. Public information is also a very important aspect. There's information being placed on websites, on variable message signs and rail stations, on rider alerts that are being handed out to riders, basically letting them know that it's safe to ride public transportation, and also providing some basic tips that they can employ to help avoid getting sick. Some of the messages that you heard earlier today are being transmitted to riders, and in our case, there's also a link to the CDC that if people want more information about the swine flu, they can go and learn more about how to avoid the flu, learn more about the flu altogether. But basically, the message is fairly consistent across the region. We all shared information, and the message is going out to Metrolink, MTA, DOT, the other transit operators. Is all very consistent and provides some basic key information for passengers to understand.
Thank you, Mr. President. And the reason for doing this, I think, was to let the public know, in addition to what the county was doing, which Ms. Perry and Mr. Labange talked about earlier today, was also to let them know that on the transit operators, that there were precautions being taken to be cautious, to do extra cleaning and education. And I don't know if you have seen this, and if we can make sure that MTA has these, as well as on our Dash and Commuter Express buses, to really put this information out as much as possible to the public, and to let them know that we are doing everything we can to ensure that our buses that we control, as well as those MTA, and that there's a coordinated approach.
Yes.
Oftentimes we are criticized for not working together, working across purposes, and I think this is a demonstration of the fact that our transit entities are working together to ensure where we have a lot of people in the same spaces to provide this kind of information and data and to assure the public's fears.
Absolutely.
So I want to thank you for being here, and thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you. Tom Labange is our next speaker.
No, thank you very much. I just want to ask, have you looked at the other transit organization? I know Mr. Rosendahl is very concerned about the airport and the buses out there and the thing. I'm just throwing that out, Bill, as we talk, and the airlines. Have you looked at dual action that they're doing?
We've been seeing input from a variety of different transit operators in different modes. Metrolink I mentioned earlier, and they're sharing what they're doing with other operators.
So it's all, everybody's talking?
Yes.
What is the biggest challenge from a public health sector, other than the safety of a movement of a vehicle, that you find in your vehicles, or when you talk in circles, when you go to the conventions and the professional associations?
You're referring specifically
Well, like I always felt when I was at the MTA, I wanted to make sure the drivers had a great wellness program, because it is a difficult, stressful job moving people across the city. What other aspects of it, since we're taking advantage of this
Absolutely. Obviously, a good, strong driver training program and refresher training so that the drivers are familiar with the most up-to-date techniques and making sure that they're driving in a safe and consistent manner. I think that's, in terms of public health and safety, that's the most critical issue.
Thank you. And I think and I don't know, Ms. Gruhl, these are very good in English and Spanish. It would be interesting to see, because I just noticed now in markets, they put these wipes out when you get a shopping cart. In that sense here. I wonder how much more trash is with the wipes than the plastic that we took away from the check stand. You know, I just don't know. It all balances out. That being said, maybe you could see a public notice safety on wiping down the rails of the back exit.
Yes, we are doing that, yes.
Thank you, James.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Labange. We have 3 public comment cards on this. Chris Rowe, if you'd like to come forward, and then we'll go to Van Nuys for Rick Nightingale as our second speaker. Good morning.
Good morning, Chris Rowe. I actually printed out from the CDC, one of the questions that we had this morning was on the swimming pools. And so it does mention in here specifically that as long as the pools are chlorinated properly, that should not be a problem. I had looked at the agenda items and felt that there was a great concern, and I do have a bachelor's in health education. I am qualified to teach health in high schools, and so I wanted to mention one place that we could be cleaning is our telephones publicly. I don't know if we've thought about that, and I think that another thing that we could do as a city is we could tell people not to order flu medications over the internet. Antiviral resistance is similar to antibiotic resistance, and if we take this in a preventative manner, then we could become resistant. Thank you.
Thank you. Rick Nightingale is our next speaker in Van Nuys. Good morning.
Yes, good morning. I think Ms. Hahn was the first person that I've heard say anything sensible regarding this flu. That we haven't heard anything regarding how bad it was for it. The news just hypes it so much that nobody got the true information of really what it is. Even our federal government, they hyped it so much, and they brought it all the way to a level 5. I mean, that's like people, who knows, a level 6, man, you think you're going to die, you better stay in the house. I think that this thing got hyped so high, and everybody got so scared about it, that really most of our flu stuff is coming from Mexico, that our government should do more with them to turn around and take care of more of the problem before it hits the border. Because this is where most of our flus and all these different symptoms that we've been getting since this has been Sanctuary City, per se. That we never had this much stuff before. And I think we need to put more emphasis on that. Because it just got blown out of so much proportion. Like, people went to high school for 3 and 4 years and they canceled their graduation and that stuff. I mean, it just went out of control. And technically speaking, the news media just repeats after you. And I'm sorry to say, I watched the news on Fox, and like they said, they never got a true statement of how bad it really is, except everybody repeating something, and you know you can repeat it for 3 people, and you never get the same thing down the line twice. So, I mean, you people need to get all your acts together, and then, like, say, go down, or like the doctor said, go to Cinco de Mayo. That'd be the worst place you'd want to go. You're shaking hands with everybody, you're with everybody, and the thing's from Mexico. Excuse me. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Donna Perriman, also in Van Nuys.
Thank you. Anyway, you put 43 and 44 together. I'm sorry I had to wait for the CRA. But anyway, this is a way overblown virus. Appears only to be conceived more. Anyway, this also means it comes from Mexico, so I don't see why we couldn't have closed the border and let people come in properly and then have them checked, because this is not right to bring it all in like this. Anyway, I want to know what this other person was talking about, all these precautions. You have to stay 6 feet away, and you have to wash it constantly. And then in the same vein, he told the people that it's fine to go to a Cinco de Mayo celebration where there's a lot of people, a lot of kids. So I don't think, if someone's really sick, I would please ask them not to go any of these celebrations or a Cinco de Mayo celebration, because especially you don't want to give it all these young kids that are in these Cinco de Mayo celebrations. And why do you want to infect these small children where their strain could be a lot bigger than the adults that are going over there? So I would think people should think about that. And I don't see how you're going to stay 6 feet away if you're on public transportation. A lot of people, especially when the buses are really crowded, are sandwiched together. So God forbid that anybody comes in with these swine flus. But I agree with Rick Nightingale. It's overblown, and it's just something for him to do. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Pearman. And with that, we'll close the public hearing on that item. If we can please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Thank you. That is noted and filed. And we will take up the commissioners next, and then we'll go to public comments. So I'd like to ask our commissioner nominees, to come forward, items 11 and 12. Thank you very much. I'd like to recognize the chair of our Energy and Environment Committee, Ms. Perry.
Very much, Mr. President, and we have two uniquely qualified gentlemen here at the table, Mr. Jesus Quinones and Mr. David Fleming, who have been, Mr. Quinones renominated, and Mr. Fleming nominated to the Metropolitan Water District of Southern California. And we put the same question to each one of them, and they gave very good, strong, solid answers about the programs the city has initiated with respect to conservation, response to the drought, and how the city's voice is heard at the MWD. And I think they can both give us some very succinct responses to those questions.
Thank you. Would like to say anything introductory before we
Thank you.
hear from some
Thank
of
you,
the
Council
speakers?
Member.
Thank you.
As you know, this is a big board, 37-member board, and so we've got to figure out ways to have the city's voice be effectively heard, and we work hard at that. And given the drought conditions and the regulatory environment in the Delta, conservation is a huge effort that we have to encourage more and more, and I think we're going to continue to work in that area. Thank you.
Well, Mr. President, I appreciate the challenge to face what I consider to be a major problem in Southern California and the city of Los Angeles. I think water to the 21st century is what oil was to the 20th, and we have to fight for everything that we're going to get for our citizens, and I certainly welcome the challenge and intend to do that. Thank you.
Well, thank you. We are dependent on you. So Ms. Gruhl is our next speaker, and then Ms. Hahn.
I will be brief. I was able to vote on you after you already left because we re-voted on that, but I missed you this morning, and thank you, Mr. Quinones, for agreeing to continue. And David, you were a great MTA commissioner. You've been one of those individuals whose expertise and civic commitment is acknowledged, I think, widely, and going on the MWB board is really important. And there's nothing right now that's more on the tip of the tongues other than maybe the economy than water, and the importance of it and the relationship between the city and MWD and what we can do. And there's a lot of misinformation out there as we try to explain to people not only what they can conserve, but some of them have been doing a good job and will not have any kind of impact on their bill. And but I think the more that we can educate the public about the water crisis, it's not just about rain. It's about what's happening in the Delta. It's about what is happening in other parts of the state and other states that impact us. We're not just dependent upon that rain. And so I think we could do a better job, and I think MWD could, to really educate the public about where we're going forward and the changes that are necessary to make in our daily lives, and how we look at planning and land use issues. All of that, I think, are critical. So I welcome your reappointment and new appointment to the MWD, and thank you for your willingness to serve.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Ms. Gruhl. Ms. Hahn is our next speaker.
Thank you. Congratulations to both of you, I think, for this very important reappointment and appointment to MWD. You know, I have been one of those that took the trip up to Sacramento to look at the Delta, and clearly there are so many serious issues which have, I think, dire consequences to the water that is available to us and to the price of the water that we may end up having to pay in Los Angeles for water. Clearly, we're in a tough situation. I think we are in a water crisis. I've been kind of shouting that for about 2 years now, and it doesn't feel like it's really been penetrating to the vast majority of the public. You've been aware of what we've done recently. DWP has instituted water shortage rates for the first time. We're putting in conservation measures in the city of Los Angeles. From both of you, do you think we're doing enough? Is this all it's going to take, is to just charge people a little bit more for, you know, the excess water that they may be using? I'm kind of one of those that does not feel that way, and that some people do just pay a little bit more, so we really haven't conserved the water. You know, are we going in the right direction? Should we have started this a little bit earlier? Are there other measures that the city should be looking at in terms of the water supply, and then potentially what's going to be happening in the future in terms of how much your organization may be cutting or rationing the water that comes to the city?
Well, I recall we had this problem several years ago, and we did a good job because we educated people. My feeling about this is water is a thing that is so dear and so precious that we have to conserve it constantly, even in wet years. And we've gotten away from that. I mean, and I think you're absolutely right. It's a question of more education. I know the last time it was a crisis and people responded. We were supposed to save 15%, we saved 25%. But in wet years, they forget about that. So you're absolutely right. It has to be in front of the voters all the time.
If I can just add, I think the City of Long Beach and the City of Los Angeles, who are members of our agency, have been leaders in pushing that issue and doing things that lots of other cities now have to catch up with. And I think there's going to have to be more of that, and it has to be consistently done. And there does have to be more, much more public education about why we have to do this, and it's that there's a permanent need for change in the way we use water.
Should you think there should be a bigger role for MWD in that type of education, as opposed to leaving it up to the individual member cities?
I do, because we represent the entire area.
I do too, because, I mean, for instance, Los Angeles, we now are telling people that they can only use their sprinklers on outside Mondays and Thursdays. So, which I think is, you know, again, probably should have been started a year ago. But then I drive to a neighboring city from where I live, and they've got sprinklers on, you know, Monday through Sunday. And so it does feel like there needs to be, I don't feel like all of your member cities are at the crisis mode yet, and what can you do to kind of reverse that feeling that we have all the water in the world?
I do think that at the metropolitan level, we've committed a significant amount of resources to that effort. We've also partnered on the public relations side with the Department of Water and Power to more effectively get those messages out over the internet, over television, over radio, and I think there's more of that has to happen, and I think we should let people more about the effort that we are engaged in.
I think you're right. Most people don't even know what MWD is, and we've got to get out there. We've got to start leading the fight, because water's everybody's problem, not just LA's.
Right. I do think we need to do a lot more in terms of educating. Until I start seeing, you know, public service announcement, billboards everywhere, then I just don't think we're doing our job. Look, I listen to the radio all the time, I drive all the time, and I'm not seeing the message.
No.
The message is not out there for people to conserve. So really would encourage both of you in your positions there to kind of really make that a priority from the agency, instead of just leaving it up to member cities, because I think we are slow on the uptake to take this seriously.
Right. Agreed.
Thank you. Mr. Labange is our next speaker, then Mr. Rosendahl.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fleming, Mr. Quinones. Thank you. I like what you said, and first off, to fight for Los Angeles, which is so important. I know it's a Southern California agency with great history, the engagement of San Diego and the challenges that are there in all the urban areas. And water is something people don't understand. I think education is so important. I know what Metropolitan does for that, and more needs to be done all the time, and constant reminders. What do you see, both of you, if you want to see the one start first, what do you see from the chances of the Northern California Delta issue? I think there's a bond coming forward. And I know, David, you were very involved as chamber president in that.
That's right. Well, again, we have a water shortage, but we also have a problem with distribution. Northern California has the water, Southern California needs the water. It's something we have to work on, it's something we have to solve. And it's got to be solved fairly soon, because if it doesn't, it's going to hurt our economy, it's going to hurt our city, it's going to hurt the people of the city of Los Angeles. So it's our job to help find that solution.
How do you see David, I know you, this is probably, because you're involved with the chamber, the issue of our California senators and their knowledge and commitment, and what do you see in the future of this issue? Because it is a critical time that we're coming to.
Well, I think our senators have been on top of it. Certainly Senator Feinstein, it's very close to her heart, I know, and we'll be working with her.
You've got to speak right into the mic and look at Eric.
We're going to be working with Senator Feinstein and Senator Boxer both.
Right. So anything we could do, let us know.
Sure. Thank you.
Commissioner, do you have any concepts you want to add?
No, I agree with Mr. Fleming, and that's the right track. In addition, I think Metropolitan has to support the local resources programs that, with respect to groundwater production and cleaning up contaminated sites and building reserves through that as well. Those are other efforts that are in place, and we should expand.
Much of Metropolitan's eastern charter cities, if you would call it that, do use reclaimed water, do use groundwater recovery, and then we're just starting it. We were defeated by a headline in the East Valley Water Reclamation Plant, and some Valley guys too, David, as I smile there. Anyway, that being said, all water is recycled. All water, and education is so important. So I thank you both for your passion. I know you're both passionate individuals, and thank you for your service to the city of Los Angeles.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Rosendahl is next.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, gentlemen, first for stepping to the plate and doing this. I've listened to my colleagues a little bit. Let me just ask you this. There's two big issues for me. One is the Delta and the dams and getting that clarity up there as to that water. If we can't get our act together in Sacramento on that, and one of these days, God forbid, we have an earthquake and those levees do a New Orleans kind of trip, not only will we lose lives in the plain there where the farmers are, but 25 million of us in Southern California, the spigot will be turned off.
Right.
So that is my number one concern, is that. My second concern, and I mentioned it to you, David, clearly are the farmers. Look, we have the richest farm belt in the world. We're the breadbasket, frankly, of the nation. Right. But we shouldn't be doing rice. We shouldn't be doing any kind of crop that requires more water than is natural to an area. For instance, we have a lot of rain in the southeast, and let's grow rice there. Yeah. So it's the kind of crops they grow and the conservation methods they take in their tiling and in their water. Then one thing that really upsets me is rich people going in and buying water rights and then manipulating those water rights in this battle. So my two big issues are the Central Plain and all of the issues there, and two is the Delta itself and being secure. Obviously, you guys are taking on one of the most serious moments in time, the water shortage. We're now in phase 3 with DWP. And anybody watching this, no watering from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m., 7 days a week. No watering. And if you want to water with your hand hose and turn it on and turn it off, you can do it every day before 9 and after 4. And if you have gardeners coming in and they're watering, they can't water between 9 a.m. and 4 p.m. So we're already understanding we have rules here. I'd just like a quick reaction about both the Delta and the agriculture.
Well, you're absolutely right. We shouldn't be planting rice in a desert. It makes no sense at all. And hopefully we can make some changes there. We've got a lot of work to do. I mean, we've been talking about water for a century.
Right.
But now it's getting desperate because as we have more people here and more needs and our seasons are drier, it's going to be tougher and tougher to get this job done. So our work is cut out for us. Right. And we will fight for the city of Los Angeles and try to get this done.
Good. Please.
Let me just add briefly that, the challenge is with respect to the regulatory environment in the Delta, the challenges to the issue of should there be an alternative conveyance system available to get water here. The Southern California's need. There is no bigger challenge. I think Metropolitan is engaged at levels that it has not been for many years, and I think there are huge commitments of resources going to that. I think we could get better at it. I hope that my colleague to be here is going to be a huge help in us being able to do that for the city. But I agree, it's challenge number one, and we'll continue to work on that.
Well, I want to thank the two of you for stepping up, and I'd like you to give us a report back in 6 months. Sure. We'd like to see it scheduled here on the council, that you give us an update of where we are, because the more we're tuned into this at the moment, I think the more effective we'll be. Okay?
Glad to.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rosenthal. Mr. Zine.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, gentlemen. David, you're well known for having some common sense since you come from the San Fernando Valley. The desert, the San Fernando Valley.
Absolutely.
When it comes to the water that we've heard about, the LA City Department of Water and Power is imposed restrictions, and Councilor Mahan discussed some of this. Neighboring jurisdictions, Beverly Hills, Glendale, Burbank, have they imposed similar restrictions, and does the Metropolitan Water District have the authority to mandate that those locations impose restrictions similar to Los Angeles, so we're all on the same page, versus some are using, some aren't using, some are conserving, some aren't? Is there any kind of a focus that you have the power to implement? Because I haven't heard anything from any other city except Los Angeles.
We do not have the authority to impose ordinances. We do strongly encourage the implementation of local ordinances. The City of Long Beach, as I said, the City of Los Angeles have been the leaders in that. We do, however, we've just passed a water allocation plan which reduces the amount of water that will be available to all of our member agencies. Therefore, cities who haven't already done the planning that Los Angeles has done, are now going to be forced, I believe, to implement some reasonable plans along the lines of the Department of Water Power.
What's the penalty if they violate that? And
they will have to pay more for the supply that they receive from our agency.
So it equates to money, but if they can afford to do it, then they continue to use that water. That should be shared by everyone else.
Well, it isn't just a matter of money. They may not be able to access all the water that they need, number one. And number two, I believe that there's much more of an accountability at the local level to implement these. And my hope is that we can help encourage that. But we do not have the authority to impose local ordinances in that regard.
But we do have the power of persuasion, and we've got to persuade the people of this county that there is a major crisis facing them, and we've got to get their cooperation, and that's one of the things that we talk about with Councilwoman Hahn. We've got to get this thing done, and the Met can do it, because the Met is in charge of all of this.
Exactly. And then one other question, recycling, the purple pipes, where we have many golf courses, recreational areas. Is the board doing anything in the area of encouraging recycling for golf courses, for athletic fields, where there's precious water that's used to water these facilities, and it could be wonderful to recycle as they do in other parts of the country, but here I think our recycling is at a bare minimum, maybe 2%. Can you respond to that?
Absolutely. Other people are doing it and doing it well, and a golf course is an excellent example of where it can be done. And there can be parks. All water doesn't have to be potable, and so consequently we have to use that. I mean, it's just like oil used to be. We've got to conserve it, and we've got to use it wisely.
So can the board move in that direction to encourage, I mean, in my district I have 3 golf courses. I can't tell you how many thousands of gallons of water they use to keep them nice and green. And you look at that in Balboa Park, where there's a lot of water in Balboa Park, to keep it green, to keep our city parks green. But a lot of that could be done with recycling water if someone would encourage to move forward. I know St. Petersburg, Florida, which is a coastal area, they've got recycling water in all the vegetation, and they've got water right there at their doorstep. We don't have that. So is the board moving in that direction or considering something like that? Because this crisis will pass, hopefully, and if it doesn't, and it lingers for another few years, that those wells become drier and drier. So is that a direction that the board is moving or considering?
We do have a local resources program in place that provides incentives and resources to local jurisdictions to put those programs in place. And I think we've got to get that out, that information out, and be a lot stronger in the way that we do that.
And you're being reappointed, and Dave, your first time there.
First time.
But you've been on many other commissions from the state, from the city, from the county. One more hat for you to wear.
A lot.
Okay, congratulations.
But Dennis, I got to tell you, the average golf course in the summertime requires 2 million gallons of water. So you're
2 million gallons.
2 million gallons. You're absolutely right. If you can reuse that water time and time again, that makes sense.
Exactly. Thank you. Thank you both.
Thank you. That is our last speaker on the nomination. So let's go ahead for a moment of truth, take a vote, and please open the roll on both of these nominations. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
On your confirmation and your reconfirmation. Thank you both very much. Forthwith, without objection on those. That'll take us back to our general public comment, and then we will go through the items after that. Sean Murphy is our first speaker. After that is Dr. Clyde Williams.
Yes, good morning, City Council, President. I'd like to thank the Governor and Villaraigosa for giving kids summer jobs this year. It will keep the kids. It will keep the kids out of trouble this summer. I am happy for that. I am for summer jobs in L.A. I had a summer job, the Hollywood Bowl, back in the early '80s. It was a good job. I don't know if you know this, but I was stopped because they were looking for somebody in the second floor carrying a backpack, and I was stopped for a little while. Need to train your security people out there to not stop people who wear white T-shirts. They were looking for a prescription. They say I matched the prescription. I said, no, I did not match the prescription of the guy you were looking for. I was just using the you know what. I had to get back here. If they're going to stop people in these chambers to wear white T-shirts, I won't come in here. I won't come in the chambers anymore. That has to change. It's unacceptable.
Thank you, Mr. Murphy. Clyde Williams, Dr. Clyde Williams is our next speaker. After that is Rafael Nadal.
DWP, a few weeks ago you approved their rate change and their flows. Well, you also made comments regarding their outreach. They have a flyer circulating that's dated April of this year, and it states that the multifamilies will get 97.75% of their previous 3-year high allotments. However, that's not what the DWP webpage says. DWP webpage says you get your highest during the last 3 years times 1.25 times 0.85, which results in about a 10% difference in the allocations that are provided for multifamily dwellings, especially those that have 2 houses on 1 meter. So, outreach, they don't do it. 2, the numbers that they give are contradictory, conflicting, and a lot of people don't understand what they're going to get billed for, so conservation is by informed consent. But you got to be informed. So I would suggest that you revisit the DWP rates and consider that they at least outreach to the neighborhood councils and to their ratepayers with a uniform and consistent rate of use and rates for the bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Rafael Nadal. After that is Zuma Dog.
Mr. President, thank you very much. My name is Rafael Nadal. I'm a candidate for the 32nd Congressional District. Today we celebrate Cinco de Mayo. I'd like to speak to you about Benito Juarez, the French soldiers, Maximiliano, the Indian, Veracruz, General Zaragoza, Diaz, and even General Sheridan. And of course, it is not a Mexican Independence Day, and it should be. Cinco de Mayo is not an American holiday, and it should be. It took 11 years for the Mexicans to leave, for the Spaniards to leave Mexico, and that was September the 18th, 1810. So why Cinco de Mayo? Why should Americans savor this day as well? Well, that's because 4,000 Mexican soldiers smashed the French and the traitor Mexican army of 8,000 at Puebla, Mexico. That's 100 miles east of Mexico on the morning of May 5th, 1862. It may be a historical stretch, but to credit the survival of the United States to those brave 4,000 Mexican forces that face an army twice as large. So in gratitude, thousands of Mexicans crossed the border after Pearl Harbor to join the United States forces. Mexicans, you see, never forget who their friends are, neither do Americans. This is why we celebrate Cinco de Mayo, and that is why it is a party. And we celebrate freedom, and we celebrate liberty. So, Mr. President, today I'd like to say, Feliz Cinco de Mayo. Happy Cinco de Mayo.
Thank you. Same to you too, Mr. Nadal. Zuma Dog is our next speaker. Zuma Dog, okay, seems not to be here. Donna Pearman in Van Nuys will be our next speaker.
Oh, okay, yeah. Anyway, today is back to the John Ferraro days where the public has to wait. We had to wait a long time. Of course, you rubber stamped the CRA, your good friend the CRA. We already know that you would approve it all. You could have stayed home and voted for it, or been out of the room and you could have voted for it there too, because we already know it would have passed. You wouldn't need a rainy day fund if all the tax increment money wasn't stolen by the CRA. They're the ones putting up huge atrocity buildings. I see those half-started buildings, which will probably take a long time to build. Will it be like the Grand Avenue project? CRA is not out for our interest. It's a partnership of the City Council and the CRA. To disregard our needs is for their dreams only. Along with projects and poorly understood ballot measures, we are left with a big bill to pay. Every time you turn around, there's another way to make us pay more, whether it's a higher car registration, a higher sales tax. Soon our parking meters will have new hours. I still don't know when. Please don't do that until the signs are up. If someone gets a ticket because the signs are not changed, take it to the council, and the council should pay. How come you don't ask the digital billboard companies to pay for their fair share, not the bottom price? It's the same with developers. No, you ask it from the highs of our city employees. They fought for what they got fair, square, and will not give it back. not one thing. They work real hard and they get to work on time. We need these employees and our city services. We will be hurt, our city, not just the employees, but the whole city will be hurt. We need our sanitation employees. Do you really want that backed up? I don't think so. And lastly, vote no on all propositions, though I'm not sure about, and vote for Trutanovich. The ads are misleading, out and out lies. He cares about the people. That's his competitor. Trutanovich is available to speak to the common people, not developers. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Chris Rowe here in Council Chambers. After that is Armando Herman.
It's Chris Rowe. President Garcetti, you have a motion that's later on the agenda on emergency food, and I just want to say that one of my concerns is that people that are on disability insurance, I'm not sure if they are eligible for food stamps or not, and I'm not sure if and I'm not sure if they know all about food pantries. I know someone that is a personal friend who has lost his cell phone is no longer working. And I was thinking about there's so many people that are trying to get jobs, and what do they use? They use a cell phone. So in your looking for a budget, there's two things that I'm thinking that we could do. Number one, come up with a way of recycling our cell phones. So like people that upgrade to a BlackBerry, that donate their cell phones into, a group place where we could give those to people that are trying to get jobs. So if that's something that we could do. But this is something that I think that we don't think twice about, is how attached we are to our cell phones, but people can't get jobs. One issue for me is that, as a neighborhood council person, I've been trying to champion getting money for food pantries, and getting it through Dunn is an issue. And if there's any way that you could encourage Dunn, when they see something like that coming through, to get that money spent when a board has voted on it, I would really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. And just as a point of information, each year we have a drive on old cell phones, and we get Verizon works with us on that, but anybody can give their cell phones, and they get reused for victims of domestic violence to have cell phones for emergencies as well. But we'll look at that, the suggestion, too. Thank you for that. Armando Herman is our next speaker. After that is Arnold Sachs.
Council members, good morning, and thank you for this long opportunity. I am contacting you on behalf of the mayor because, as a concerned constituent and friend of the city of Los Angeles, an advocate for the citizens of Boyle Heights, I feel it is your authority, Mayor, undeniable passion for all in Los Angeles, to have your kindness to reach out to everyone in need of help in regard to the city's budget. I understand there are a slow process here at City Hall, but there is no reason for this budget to hinder the lives of citizens of Los Angeles. I feel for those people who have lost their jobs. I feel for people who are losing their retirement. I feel for people who are not receiving their fair share of Social Security. That is my concern. I believe in people's rights. I believe that civilians should be reached and heard, not scolded. And so today's budget should not be tolerated by anyone. I personally am trying to make sure of that. Yes, something is wrong and needs more clarity without delay. Let it be more apparent to those who cannot understand what this budget is leading us into. The recession, budget cuts, it was not taken seriously, because if it had, Mayor Vergosa, when you were serving the last 4 years, you would have realized the credit card is maxed out. And so, the city's inappropriate action has placed its citizens in this crisis. Please, in due respect to all citizens of Los Angeles, to all taxpayers, hear my concern on behalf of all the residents here today, the taxpayers, as I emphasized. What are the new living expenses for those of us living in Los Angeles? And why so many layoffs?
Thank you, sir.
So, in conclusion, all I ask is that there be more consideration a motion to talk about the concern for citizens in Los Angeles losing their jobs. Thank you.
Appreciate your comments today. Arnold Sachs is our next speaker. After that is Jim McQuiston.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Arnold Sachs. Three quick things. You had the department, the county board, the county director of public health here. Wouldn't it have been appropriate to ask him about the water shortage and declaring a water crisis outside of the city of L.A.? Is the county responsible for any part of it outside the city of L.A.? I agree with Councilman Rosendahl about planting rice in the desert. They shouldn't be planting rice. They should be planting the #1 cash crop in California, pot. And then did anybody on Sunday happen to read the Laura Chick interview in the LA Times? Just to point out quickly a couple of items. What will you miss and not miss about City Hall was a question from, who wrote this article? Pat Morrison. And Laura Chick mentions, the human beings I've connected with over the years I'll miss the most. I'm definitely not going to miss the dysfunctional politics with the LA City Hall. Dysfunctional politics, imagine that. In LA City Hall, of all places. So the question I have for Ms. Chick was it dysfunctional while she was a city council member, or did it just occur after she left? Then I have a question regarding which of your audits do you think is most significant? And she goes on to say the DNA rape kits that she pointed out. But she was a city council member when the DNA testing was changed, when it became a federal and state DNA database. The fact that she pointed it out, nothing. The fact that she didn't do anything when she knew that the number of categories that would have been eligible, that have become eligible for testing, would have increased, would have been the time to act. So the city council inherits a problem, and they sit on their hands, like they do with all the problems. But the swine flu, we're moving on. Thank you.
Jim McQuiston is our next speaker. After that is Rick Nightingale in Van Nuys. Morning.
Jim McQuiston. I come to you today on general comment because Hollywood is in trouble. We have an area which is where Hollywood industry occurs. Very, very small area. And it was preserved by this city because it was being gobbled up by people who wanted to do other things. When it gets down to a certain level, all of a sudden, Hollywood goes somewhere else. And now we have no Hollywood in Hollywood. We have no jobs for the people who live in Hollywood. They have to work somewhere else, too. And the state says you're supposed to live near where you work. So that means that the city council did the right thing in preserving an area with restricted industrial use. It's now being dismantled piecemeal, one by one. 25% of that area is under attack right now. 25%. And yet we have about 1/10 of the vacancy that the commercial area has. So we have to, and my message to you is, we have to preserve that area. We have to be militant about it. We have to say, look, we have other areas for that kind of operation. Why don't you let Hollywood be Hollywood?
Thank you, Jim. Appreciate your comments today. Rick Nightingale in Van Nuys is our next speaker. After that is Michael Carrion here in City Council.
Yeah, good morning, Rick Nightingale. This is regarding, the celebrations that different nationalities have, like the Jewish are united, excuse me, and the Israel at Woodley Park and all that. These people turned around and went to Woodley Park, and I commemorate them. I mean, it was a great thing. Same as when they go over and the people rent Grant High School, the Armenians. They rent it, they celebrate, they do it. So where do the people, the Mexicans and so forth, you turn around and close the whole city of Los Angeles downtown? I had to go down there Friday. Oh my God, I forgot all about what day it was. And it was ridiculous that you people turn around and close public streets that I pay taxes on, and I'm sure other people pay taxes on, that you turn around and close it. If there's that many people, then they can go to Griffith Park or something like that. But for you people to turn around and allow to close the different streets for some nationality to celebrate, Cinco de Mayo or whatever, and put out all the other law-abiding citizens to have to fight that is ridiculous. You know, I believe in everybody has a free speech and free anything you want to do. But when you take it and close city streets, and it wasn't just for one day, it was for all weekend. Where do you think you get the right to do that?
Attorney.
It sounds like it's going into the Mexican mafia.
Hold on one second, sir. Mr. Cardenas?
Mr. City Attorney, the comments that this person is making, I know that this is, people are allowed to say almost anything that they like, but the fact of the matter is, I think he's getting off point when it comes to the way he's describing an event that the city sponsors.
He can criticize city policies and actions, and part of that may be his disagreement with immigration policies, however inartfully stated, so that you can give him a brief response after he finishes his inartful statement.
Okay. Mr. Nightingale, if you'd like to conclude.
Just that little episode, that's the whole problem with you people down there. That you think that I have something. You took my part of, when I grew up, when I was a kid, I lived in the San Fernando Valley. When I went down to Hollywood and they says, oh, you live in a valley, it was the greatest thing. It was like living in Beverly Hills. Now it's the slums. And you think that I should turn around and apologize for what I'm talking about? You're wrong. And if you feel that way, that's too bad. Because that's the way I feel, and a lot of people my age feels the same way. Thank you.
All right, our next speaker, if nobody else would like to respond, is Michael Carrion. Mr. Carrion here. Walter Bechtel. Is Mr. Bechtel here? Melrose Larry Green. He is here.
It's going to be good, so set your VCRs. Okay, let's get into it. First of all, May 17th, the Israeli consulate and a few other Jewish organizations are having a big Israeli Independence Day in BH. That's not Beverly Hills, that's Boyle Heights. It's going to be at the Breed Street Shul. I will be there. Okay, secondly, I must salute, before I forget, I must salute the Los Angeles Dodgers, put on my Dodger cap, 11 games in a row. 11 games in a row. I've got a great solution. I tried to get a hold of Tom Lasorda, but he was busy this morning. Play only games at home from now on, till October. No road games. That's a... What's that? I believe Dodger Red. I'm different. Everybody else believes Dodger Blue. I believe Dodger Red. Now, on a much more serious note, I spoke at the Police Commission today about the epidemic of people running red lights in the city of L.A. And as those of you know, like Greg, you're a reserve officer, and Dennis, you're a former officer, when you're fighting gangs and you're fighting narcotics, you don't wear a black and white uniform. So I suggest that we have people dressed up as guys like me, bikers, what have you, waiting at corners. In West Palm Beach, they have homeless people that are actually policemen getting speeding tickets. People die from going through red lights. It happened at USC, happened to Phantom La Brea, granted in West Hollywood, but it's still within, near the city of LA. And I know that the police are overburdened with things to do, but I don't think that everybody should be divided, like you have traffic police, and I think they should all be traffic police. Even Bill Bratton should be out there. I really mean it, because people will only go through red lights if they think they can get away with it. When they see a police car, they don't go through red lights. And you're very important. You're as important to me as the mayor. My great councilman, Labange, you're wonderful. Anyway, thanks all of you, and thank you, Jack Weiss, wherever you are. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Larry. My next speaker is Yvonne Michelle Autry.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. If we could,
Thank you, Larry.
we could please direct our attention to the podium.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I just, hello. Thank you, Larry. With regards to the budget, again, we just encourage you to allocate more funds to agencies that are more adequately trained and more appropriate in dealing with homelessness. You have over 50% allocated for the police. and dealing with a situation which this agency was never commissioned or created to deal with in the beginning. The police department is an agency that is supposed to deal with violent crimes, such as the apprehension, identification, and then incarceration of violent criminals. This is what they are originally commissioned to do, and this is what all original money should have been used for. When we have asked you quite specifically, why hasn't the issue of rape kits been dealt with or examined, which are violent crimes, and we have to lobby and we have to, encourage Jack Weiss to get, the unanimous support of his budget submission. I just think that that's, there's something really wrong with that. There's no equanimity. You have no problems in finding funding for the Safer Cities Initiative, in brutalizing and terrorizing innocent people in the street who are by and large poor, people of color, or black people. And all the people in the street are not drug addicts and criminals. But when we ask you to resolve an issue, which the police department should have, because that is what they're commissioned to do, the DNA kits are kits which have been garnered from violent crimes. Why isn't this resolved? Why do you need more money to do what the police department should have already done? That was one of my points. My other point is that I see I think usually when the council wants to carry out something, when they want to address an issue, you do adequately, professionally, and quite efficiently. If you wanted to resolve these issues, I think you would have. If it took 7 years, again, for Mr. Weiss to garner the unanimous support of the council, I think that shows some level of neglect, but also incompetency, not just on Jack Weiss's part, but on the part of the whole council.
Thank you. Thank you. Walter Bechtel is our next speaker. I saw him coming. Mr. Zahn, did you want to... Excuse me one second, Mr. Bechtel. Come forward, but Mr. Zahn wanted to briefly respond.
I just want to respond to
under the Brown Act.
a couple of matters that were brought up under public comment. Woodley Park is used for a variety of events for many different ethnic groups in the city of Los Angeles. Middle Eastern community, Jewish community, Latino community, many community groups meet there. And I want to also acknowledge Mr. Melrose, who I think I cited a few times when you were on Melrose creating havoc. The law prevents people in plain clothes from going out there and issuing citations, so you have to be in uniform, distinctly marked vehicle. So your suggestion that we dress people up, street folks issuing citations, can't be done. It's illegal, and it's also a hazard to do that. So I just wanted to clarify that for the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bechtel.
Okay, thank you. I don't know if you understand. I want to say something about the TAP cards that were recently issued to us. We just got these license contracts in the mail, and I don't think when we were applying for these things we knew what we were getting into here, but the license agreement indicates that once the value, if you tap and you go past a zone, that and it's not covered by the value that you put onto your monthly tap card, it automatically deducts it from the tap card. That means before the month is over, if you've gone through time zones that you're not entitled to on your tap card, you won't have any money left on your tap card, and you'll be having to pay cash money out for potentially 1 or 2 weeks before the month is over. There's a threshold provision, a threshold auto load program involved to cover that kind of thing, but it's still, what it does is it saps right into your bank account without you even knowing. There's no indication here that when you tap the card that you're going to be told that you're going past a time zone. Nobody, the driver isn't telling you about it or anything. I think that the tap card needs to be revised to indicate that you're going past a time zone and give the passenger the option of allowing it to be deducted from the tap or to pay cash. I think that's a major flaw with the tap card. And we didn't know about this until after we got these in the mail.
Thank you, Mr. Bechtel. That will close our general public comment. We will now take up the next item called special, item number 13. And I'd like to recognize the chair of our Information Technology and General Services Committee, Mr. Cardenas. And if you'd like to come forward, our nominee for city clerk.
Hello, June.
Good morning, Councilman.
We all woke up now. The community of Los Angeles isn't as familiar as many of us are of the service that you've rendered to the city. You've been working for the city how many years and in what capacities? And should you be approved as the city clerk, give us an example of one of the things that you think you need to embark on to improve that department, and describe a little bit of the work that the city clerk's office actually does.
Okay. I am a true daughter of the city of Los Angeles. I was raised in the Echo Park area just down the street, went to the local schools, the local pools, Echo Park Library. After college, I became involved in political campaigns. I worked for Don Amador for City Council. I was then picked up by his opponent, Councilwoman Peggy Stevenson, worked for the City Council for a year. When she lost re-election, I went to work for Assemblywoman Gloria Molina for a year. But I missed the city and came back, took the management assistant test, and I worked in personnel department for a couple of years. Waited for the legislative assistant test to open up in the clerk's office, where I served for 6 years. In that capacity, I served as the Budget and Finance Committee clerk and was also trained as acting division head for Council and Public Services, and learned a great deal about council processes and the city's charter, ad code, and other authoritative documents. While I was working in the clerk's office, the mayor's office, it was Mayor Reardon at the time, approached the clerk and said, we need somebody to come to the mayor's office and set up a mirror image of what the clerk's office does for the mayor's side, which is to process all the legislative documents, the council files, make sure that files were signed on time, ordinances were signed on time, and keep control of legislative paperwork there. So I came over and served 7 years under the Reardon administration. When Mr. Reardon was termed out, I interviewed and was asked to stay on by then Mayor Hahn and served there for 4 years, continuing to refine legislative processes, doing training, liaisoning constantly with the other city support departments such as CAO, CLA, clerk, and working departments. And then when Mayor Villaraigosa came to office, he interviewed me and asked me to stay on, and I have worked for him for the last 5 years, which brings me to you today. And as I indicated in committee, I think I come to you with a very unique skill set. I have worked for elected officials. I understand the needs and the challenges of being an elected official, but I have also worked in working departments, and I understand how departments work and the challenges of fulfilling more service with less money. I believe that I will bring to the clerk's office a sense of energy and leadership. Many of the people in the clerk's office I have worked for previously. I think a leader leads by example. I don't intend to work anybody harder than I work myself. I also believe that the clerk's office is in very good shape and just needs the staff to always be alert to keep kicking the tires on the car. That is, we can always do better. We can always make the processes more efficient. We can lend a more sensitive ear to what the council wants and what the mayor wants. So I bring to you a complex and unique set of experiences. What I hope to do in the city clerk's office, it is a challenge because this year is very fiscally challenging. We're already facing the loss not only of cuts in our department, but including the shared sacrifice of nearly 30% of our staff. It will be my responsibility and my exec staff's responsibility to point out to you the realities of what will be available to you and what we are able to work with you to see if we can economize and minimize. So that's an answer to that question, sir.
So a basic question, should be a short answer, I would suspect. Is the clerk's office an office that has responsibilities for functionality and a lot of responsibilities that have to do with the policies of the city and making sure that notices and announcements, things of that nature, are in order, or is it a political office?
Absolutely.
A political department?
The city clerk is absolutely not a political office. It is a support organization. It serves both the council and the mayor and all working departments equally, neutrally, objectively. It is up to the council and the mayor to set policy. It is up to the clerk's office to carry it out in the best way possible with the resources that it is given. Any good department general manager will point out where things can be improved, but ultimately it is the elected leadership of the city that leads, and the clerk will dispatch its duty in that regard.
So the clerk's office is not a policy-making department?
That is correct.
Okay, so it acts as an important functional aspect of the city.
It is an implementer of mayor and council policy. For those that may not know all the different functions of the clerk, we take care of the city's land records, which are property and ownership title. We handle administrative services, which takes care of the council's payroll and the mayor's payroll, as well as the CLAs. We also handle the business improvement districts and general city contracts, general city purposes contracts. We operate a creative services division that produces the scrolls and proclamations which elected officials can distribute. We operate the council and public services section, which staffs the different committees, staffs this very council meeting. We run city elections. We do that in concert with the county. We also take care of LAUSD and the LA Community College District elections. We will also be taking on the neighborhood council elections next year. We have done a pilot one this past year, and the brunt of them, some 90 left, will be done next year. And we also maintain the city's records. We store them, we log them, we coordinate their destruction, and we also keep the historical archive for the city of Los Angeles.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Labange.
Thank you very much, members. I rise to support June Langmay, who I've known for many years. I was in John Ferrara's office when June worked for Peggy Stevenson. June, I just want to wish you well. You have a great team of people. The city clerk in this chamber and the voting clerk in this chamber, day to day, they do the job. Your clerks and legislative aides, they do a very effective role, which is important. Just want to restate, though, on the separation of the role. You work for the council. You're the city clerk. Is there city council files, or you work for the mayor? How does it just establish, just to clarify that?
I think the way to look at it is that the charter separates the powers of the mayor and the council, and the city clerk is the fulcrum and the seesaw. So it is up to the clerk's office to adhere to the prescribed division of powers as described in the charter and ad code, consult with the city attorney if necessary, but to serve all equally, objectively. I would give the same advice and the same response and the same research and information to anybody equally.
Great, and I just wanted to say, I also felt, too, the importance of the city clerk's office is where the public goes to get information.
That's correct.
You know, I often felt before the advent of neighborhood councils that the city clerk's office should have been empowered to be a desk of public information where people would be directed so they could reach their goal. We developed the Department of Neighborhood Councils, but I still know the clerks. Some of the nicest notes I get about city employees are about the clerks who have helped them find their way through a matter that they followed, which is a dedication there. I also want to give a strong support for our calligraphers and creative services. It is important that the city recognize those who should be recognized at whatever time or point it is, and that's an important function of the city clerk's office. So I wanted to do a commendation verbally for the creative services department. And your team is there. And I also think the interim role that you have, or not the growing role that you had with the Business Improvement District, is another vital role that you have, and the team that you have that does an excellent job.
Thank you.
June, so call on me for any support, and I congratulate you, your family and friends, and all that have got you this support. I see a lot of people from the mayor's office there, which is good. So that's why I asked the question, who you work for, the mayor or the council. I still see you there, Mr. Clark. Okay, thank you. That's what I vote.
Thank you, Mr. Rosendahl.
Yeah, with great enthusiasm, I stand up for lots of levels. First of all, let me just ask you this. We have the challenge of these neighborhood councils, the $4 million, and doing elections. Do you have any sensing of how that will go? It's too early, obviously, but it's a challenge.
I'm very gratified to know that the office, specifically the election division, is already working on it, because right now the May election is primarily being run by the county, so that allows our election division to devote time to the planning stages of this slew of 90-plus neighborhood council elections, which will be run next year, roughly from March through June, something like that. So the building blocks are already being put into place. I have met members of the team that will be coordinating the neighborhood council elections. They are terrific. A lot of lessons were learned from the trial ones that were held last year. Now we're going to go forward with the bulk of them. And it will be a challenge, because it is true that neighborhood councils vary from council to council, and they have different criteria of who's allowed to vote. So it's not as easy as developing one standard voting package that can be sent out uniformly to everyone. Each one's going to have to be custom made, and we do that out of respect. We do that out of respect for the uniqueness of the character of each neighborhood council. And I intend to roll my sleeves up and delve into that as we get closer to the end of the year.
Yeah, the challenge is going to be that definition of a stakeholder and how people play within that definition and who's verifiable to vote in the process. And, you know, does a person who's homeless have a chance? Yes, or a car and a camper, or somebody who has a business there, or somebody who's a day laborer there. All of these issues are real, and some districts bring in more people, others limit people, and so on. So it's quite a challenge. I also, in the budget process, had mentioned that I personally think this off-year elections for the city is a joke. We should do it on years. We should do it in the even years, so we get a large, robust voter turnout. A lot of people have complained, well, the ballot will be too long and confusing. And we spend extra money to do it off years. Nobody votes. I mean, the percentage is a disgrace, frankly, to the process. People are tired already. They just voted for president or governor or whatever, Congress member, Senate. So, for my opinion, I would rather have it on even years. So the Assembly and the Senate and the City Council, all of that, so we get a 40, 50, 60, 70% vote rather than 18% or 20. So one of the charges I'd like to ask you to do when you get there is look at that idea, which everybody tells me, Rosendahl, you're wrong about that. I want it on an even year so the turnout is more robust and more engaged, and I'd love to get your thoughts on it. On a more personal level, as an openly gay guy, you know, I don't make myself gay first. I just happen to be gay, which is most of us are just like anybody else, except we're different on that one level. You're a lesbian?
Yes, sir.
And with you is your partner of 40 years, shall we say?
Is.
Your
Rita
wife.
Romero
Could you
is
stand
here.
up so we can all see you in the camera here? That's Rita Romero. And I'd like to say that you are role models for millions, actually, of gay people throughout the nation. And in our great city of Los Angeles, just to have one of our own who just happens to be gay rise to the position of clerk is for all of us an exciting moment. And I want to thank you for being a role model and for stepping forward in this job.
Thank you, Mr. Rosendahl.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Gruhl is our next speaker, and then Ms. Hahn.
Thank you, Mr. Garcetti. And June, I knew you'd been here a while. I didn't know all of your history, and I think it speaks volumes that you have survived many elected officials. I can say that as an elected official. And particularly your experience and knowledge. And I know that during the last several years that you've been in the mayor's office, you are someone we can call and say, we need this, how does it work, how's it going through the process, and it's clear that you were valuable no matter who you had worked for before, and that, again, is something that I think is really incredible. We had yesterday a conversation about the budget of the city clerk, and I know we've raised some concerns, and just so you know, when we go forward, you may have been listening yesterday,
concerns about some of the positions that were taken out and things that we thought were very important in the city of Los Angeles to do our business. And I know you will never shy away from being an advocate for the city clerk's office and making sure that it can function operationally there. And I know a number of these people are here for you today. Would you mind if I ask them all to stand? Those of you that are June Lagme friends, family,
FOJ
supporters. Yay. That, I think, is also speaks a lot about who you are and the kinds of friends that you have developed over the years. We look forward to having you sign so many of those documents that when we get sworn in for our different positions, there will be the city clerk's signature, and that will be you, June. And I think you've worked very hard to get to this position, and look forward to you being that advocate as we go on the budget, which I know you will engage in immediately to talk about the budget in the next couple of weeks to ensure we can still provide the kind of services we need to the neighborhood councils, to this city council, as even more importantly, just to the public at large, because you are the organization that has all that information that people want to know. You got to go to the city clerk's office. So we look forward to working with you. But most of all, I just want to say congratulations. You're going to be a great city clerk, and we're all very, very proud of you. And you may have outlasted. How many years have you been with the city?
Nearly 28 years.
28 years. How about you, Tom?
35.
Okay, so I was going to say you almost got beat. He's 42, but 28 years, and I think this is just the perfect position for you in the city of Los Angeles. So congratulations, June, and to all of your family and friends that are here today. Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. President.
Thank you very much, Ms. Gruhl. Ms. Hahn.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I also rise to congratulate you, June, and also add my confidence in you and the job that we know you're going to be able to do. And the two issues, and there's so many issues in the city clerk's office, but the two that I particularly have been concerned about are the neighborhood council elections. And I know that after some of the trial elections that you talked about, apparently there was a lot of information that was compiled in, I don't know if they're in binders or something, but there was a lot of information that was put together about some of the issues that happened, some of the mistakes, some of the problems. I just want to make sure that you and your team are looking at that and really working to make sure the neighborhood council elections run smoothly and without a lot of conflict. You know, this is why your job is so important. I mean, there was so much angst over elections at neighborhood councils that they really couldn't get around to doing what they were intended to do, which was really be empowered to speak for their neighborhoods, to weigh in on issues here at the city council, to improve their neighborhoods, because they were so involved in their elections and the aftermath of elections that weren't run well, according to some people. So I really want to encourage you to really get on top of that and find out what went wrong the last time and how we can improve that. We want our neighborhood councils to be liberated, to be freed from the things that have really caused angst, have divided councils, have upset neighborhoods. And that's why it was my suggestion. I was really one of those who said I thought the city clerk should be running the elections, because that's what you do, and that's what you do well. So my confidence is in you. I just want to make sure you go back and look at what went wrong and how we can improve it. And the other thing is our elections in the city. In this last election where I was on the ballot, I found out after the fact that there were many neighborhoods in the 15th Council District that didn't get sample ballots. Some of them had the wrong polling place on them. So I heard a lot of complaints from my community on, again, what went wrong with that municipal election. So hopefully you can look at, in fact, I think I've asked for a report back from the city clerk's office on exactly what went wrong and how we could prevent that in the future. And, sometimes it's the county's problem, but ultimately it's our responsibility to make sure that every voter has the proper information. We have voter fatigue, unfortunately, in the state, in the country, in the city, but we want to make sure that we do everything we can to allow people to be empowered. Information is knowledge is power, and the sample ballot is where it starts, and we've got to make sure that everyone gets that. It's the correct information. So I'd like you to look into that.
Yes, ma'am.
That would be key for me in my district. But good luck.
Thank you very much, and I will look into this. I will.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hahn. And you had me at Echo Park, but beyond that, I'm extremely pleased with the nomination as well. Congratulations. Looking forward to working closely with you pending confirmation as well in our Rules and Government Committee. And we know we have some exciting electoral decisions to make from what Mr. Rosendahl talked about, from potentially instant runoff voting and other things, but trying to get more participation is critical. And the entire City Clerk's office is staffed with just extraordinary people that have done, on the council side, a wonderful job of supporting the flow of information to the people, which is no easy task given the volume, and you've been such a crucial part of that. So congratulations to your family, to you, your partner as well. And with that, I think, we had Mr. Labange popped up for a second time. So
for all those deputies who are standing around here and working, this is a success story. And I say that because Mr. Smith and I, Ms. Perry, many of us came from the deputy ranks through there, so there's a success story. I didn't want that to go by, and I also wanted to just tag on the voting poll places. Sometimes it's a rec center, sometimes it's a county city thing. We all should have the same place. The thing that people tell me the most that how it moves, we should coordinate it. I know the county was here this morning from the health department, and they have a liaison officer. Do we have a liaison officer? Do we know with the clerk's office on voting? That's a direct liaison officer. It may be something we should look at. And also, Bill, I like the fact that the odd guys have to go on the odd time and the even guys go on the even time. I like there's a separate election, so I wouldn't second your motion on that. And I just wanted to. I know, but I just had to say that. Take it a minute. And I'm just proud of you, June. Okay? Congratulations to you and all your work. Thank you.
Thank you. If we can open the roll on the nomination, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Congratulations. And we will send that forthwith to the mayor for his signature. Congratulations. Thank you.
And Mr. President, the salary is set at $170,000.
Very good. If we can take up the ordinance that Mr. Zine called special. Mr. Zine, are you looking to send this back to committee just out of curiosity, because we want to know if we should keep 12 members right now? Because
I do want to send it back, but I have a couple of questions for the city staff.
Okay. I'd like to recognize Mr. Zine.
Thank you. This matter, Mr. President, deals with the city imposing a fee on city employees parking in certain areas surrounding certain jurisdictions, like fire stations adjacent to City Hall and other facilities. Representatives from various unions are here regarding this matter, and it was before a number of committees that came for a vote, and we sent it back to have further discussions because there was some concern from union representatives that it wasn't aired out and discussed in the proper format. From that point, I'm trying to determine how many meetings have been conducted and what the result is at this particular point on this particular issue of imposing these parking fees on city employees.
Tom Coltis, CAO's office. The special parking MOU was adopted by the committee. We sought to seek approval of it. We have some financial issues as it relates to where we were charging for parking. There are some union concerns as well with a couple of the issues, specifically the fire stations. We have not met with the unions yet because we are attempting to resolve the financial issues associated with the MOU, because the MOU is designed to ensure that we collect enough revenue to pay for all of our transit subsidies. And the way it was structured, we were not going to be able to do that. So we've gone back. We think we've identified a financial solution. That solution will still need to go back to the Joint Labor Management Committee to be approved, and we intend to schedule a meeting on the 18th.
Okay, so the 18th of May, a meeting is scheduled?
Yes.
Or will be scheduled?
Will be scheduled.
And then following that, we will take it back to Personnel Committee. So your meeting will be your meeting will be on the 18th, and Personnel Committee will hear it following that before it comes to the county, to the full council?
It'll come back to Personnel Committee as soon as we have an agreement. Hopefully that would be on the 18th. If it's not on the 18th, then we'll have subsequent meetings until we get to an agreement.
Okay,
And then back to Personnel Committee.
And my point is that we need to have these meetings so we can come to a conclusion and have the parties that are affected at those meetings. So that's my concern, that we don't just push this through without having the issues of the representative bodies of the unions discussed.
We're inviting everybody.
Okay, so as it stands right now, the meeting will be on the 18th of May, and all the parties that are affected by this on the imposing of the fee for parking in the City Hall area will be invited to that meeting, and subsequent to that, it'll go to personnel, and then ultimately it'll come back here.
That's correct.
Okay, that's all I need, so refer back to personnel, but for the union representatives that are here, understand that the meeting's on the 18th of May. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. If there's no objection, then we will go ahead and send that back to committee. So, next item, please.
Item 23 was called special for Councilmember Weeser, and an amending motion has been circulated.
Okay, if that's been accepted as friendly, then let's go ahead and prepare the roll on 23 and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
That is approved. Next item, please.
Item 28 was called special by Councilmember Hahn, and I believe she's requested that be continued for 1 week to May 12th.
Okay. Ms. Hahn would like to continue that for 1 week till the 12th. If there's no objection, we'll go ahead and continue that. Next item, please.
Item 30 was called special by Councilmember Hahn.
Okay. Item number 30, Ms. Hahn, if you'd like to take that up, that is the Community Schools Park Program. Or I had Mr. Weezer down for this one.
Right. Ms.
Tom, you want to say a couple of things?
She went
Mr. Labange, excuse me.
No, I just said this is our program. I want to, Carrie, why don't you come and just speak from the Senate, please? My time. And introduce yourself, everybody.
Okay, sure. Thank you very much, Council. My name is Carrie Sutkin, and I work with People for Parks, a nonprofit organization that works citywide. We thank you so much for your support. We've been in front of you a couple times over the past year. You supported an initial motion. You supported the creation of a community school park working group with school district and city council staff, along with nonprofits and the 721 SCLU. We worked together. We prepared a final report, which you received about a month ago, accepting the recommendations, and People for Parks is continuing to work to implement one of the 15 pilot schools.
Correct. And how many council members have signed up for a pilot?
We have about 5 council members.
So 10 have to more sign up to 10. 5 and 10 make 15 with 15 districts members. This is an opportunity. It's a start. We all talk about joint use, creative uses. Ms. Gruhl has been a champion of that. Ms. Hahn's a champion of it, all of it. Therefore, I ask you to look at that and focus on it, assign one of your deputies to make sure that we could get this done and move forward, because it is a very important aspect. And I know it's something Mr. Weezer worked very hard on, as he was then the president of the LA Unified School District. Call for an aye vote. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Any other, Mr. Weezer, did you call the special, or was Hahn? Okay. Great. Thank you. Let's go ahead then and prepare the roll on this item and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
That is approved. Next item, please.
Item 31 called special by Councilmember Rosendahl.
All right. Mr. Rosendahl, we have item number 31 before us.
Yes, sir. Could we have staff come up and explain this motion to us, please? This is the intergovernmental support of the House Motion 1024, Nadler, and Senate Motion 424, that has to do with the United States Families Act to allow same-sex relationships to sponsor their foreign-born partner for immigration benefits. Take us through that.
Well, there are 2 bills, H.R. 1024, Nadler, and the Senate 424, that would do just that. They would provide a mechanism under the Immigration Nationality Act to allow U.S. citizens and legal permanent residents in binational same-sex relationships to sponsor their foreign-born partner for immigration benefits.
And colleagues, one of the reasons when we talk about civil rights and human rights and gay marriage has to do with the benefits associated with the word marriage, or associated historically with the phrase marriage, which are visitation rights, inheritance rights, health care rights, insurance relationships, and immigration issues. If you're heterosexual and you have a partner and you're married, that partner can get their citizenship as part of the process of their relationship. They can start with a green card after a couple of years together, and that can eventually end up into citizenship. But right now, a gay couple doesn't have any of those rights. We just had our new clerk married. They've been together for 40 years. Now, just assume one was from a foreign country. They would not have gotten their citizenship through the marriage process. So what this does is give more basic civil and human rights to same-sex couples in terms of their loved one being from another country and getting a green card and eventually citizenship. So as we move forward with equality and civil justice for all, this is good legislation in Washington, and I urge all my colleagues to support it. Thank you.
Mr. Garcetti.
Thank you very much. Just briefly, I wanted to stand and thank you very much, Mr. Rosendahl, for joining me in doing this. We, for years, actually, in Council, it used to be the Permanent Partners Immigration Act, and as someone who represents a district with a very high, perhaps the highest LGBT population in the city, as well as one of the highest immigrant populations in the city, to hear these family stories of people who were ripped apart by the way law works right now, where we always say it doesn't matter who you love. Even some people who oppose gay marriage say, okay, it's fine if people want to love each other that way, but there is a difference in what that love is recognized as, because if you happen to be of the opposite sex loving somebody, our immigration laws can help you keep that union together, but if you are of the same sex, they discriminate against you. And I'm hopeful this year, I think you articulated everything that needs to be said, but I'm hopeful that with the changing seas right now, that we're getting closer and closer to the day where we'll be able to do this. Because the nice thing about this, too, is it allows some of our more cautious allies, let's say, at the congressional level to vote for something without having to take on this year something like the marriage question, which we hope that they do sooner than later as well. But this is something that shows that you are just for having fair treatment for everybody, equal law under our Constitution for everybody. And we spent some time at the Democratic Convention with Gerald Nadler, who is the sponsor of this from New York City, and he's been a great, great champion. There's 97 co-sponsors of this bill right now, and I know that Patrick Leahy, who's always been a champion for us, is pushing hard on the Senate side. So thank you, Mr. Rosendahl, for your strong support, and I urge everybody's support of this today.
Mr. Rosendahl, back to you.
I want to thank Mr. Garcetti, who has provided leadership on this issue for many years around this horseshoe before I got elected to this council. You're a true leader and a wonderful human being to always be out there for everybody, so it's an honor to be part of that motion with you.
Thank you. The matter is now before us. Open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
There you go. That matter passes. Thank you. Forthwith on that to the mayor. Next item, please.
Item 32, called special for cards.
Number 32. 32. 32. We have Zumadog. Is Zumadog around? Second call for Zumadog. Arnold Sachs, number 32, sir.
Yes, good afternoon again. Thank you, Arnold Sachs. I know that the City Council is moving in their usual fast pace, as they do on the REAP awards or REAP accounts. They're moving on slumlords, like the article in the LA Times now is 2 weeks. I know that they're convening as I speak to improve regulations as to what occurs inside of the building, so that it might match some of the policies that occur outside a building. Of course, it's the City Council, so we're waiting for results. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sachs. That matter is now before us. Open the roll, we'll close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
The matter passes. Thank you. Next item, please.
Item 33, called special by Councilmember Parks.
Mr. Parks, number 33, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to highlight that often we vote on a number of reward motions, and often we never hear the, let me see if I got the right one. Yes, often we never hear the end result of it, and we have a positive in the fact that recently this council made a unanimous vote on a $25,000 reward in which a young person in our community was taken, 7-year-old, was taken out of the country to Belize in a custody dispute, but actually violated the law as it relates to her custody. And within a short time after our motion, a person living in Belize notified the LAPD. This person now has been brought to justice, has gone to court, and is copped out to the criminal charges. And LAPD has recommended that we pay this reward because of the efforts of the person that lives in Belize. And I just wanted to highlight that periodically that these things do occur and that we do have some success.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Parks. On that matter, open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
And there's been a request to take number 50. Mr. Clerk, number 50, please.
And that was called special by Councilmember Rosendahl.
Mr. Rosendahl, number 50. Mr. Rosendall's getting photos. Mr. Garcia?
Yeah, as Mr. Rosendahl comes forward, let me start by thanking him as well for calling this special. As the maker of this motion, I urge us today and have some good news to share to support the Local Law Enforcement Hate Crimes Prevention Act of 2009. It's also known as the Matthew Shepard Act, H.R. 1913. And we introduced this as well, Mr. Rosendahl and I, and we just had a vote in the House which passed this. It basically provides federal assistance to states, local jurisdictions, and Indian tribes to prosecute hate crimes. I wanted to just raise something that also put in the context what happened. During the hearing on this, a member of the United States Congress, Virginia Fox, who represents a district in North Carolina, said that Matthew Shepard's life, and this was in front of Matthew Shepard's mother, was, quote, a hoax. And it underscores how far we have to go, even in the halls of Congress, to overcome some of the hate and bigotry that is there. This bill would, in Matthew Shepard's memory, after the brutal murder that he sustained, give some hope to future potential victims of hate crimes by containing the following provisions: removing the current prerequisite that a victim be engaging in a federally protected activity like voting or going to school. It gives federal authorities greater ability to engage in hate crimes investigations that local authorities choose not to pursue. This is similar to some of the powers that were given in civil rights cases in the South when blacks were being kept from voting, and local officials didn't see anything wrong with that. It provides $5 million in funding in the next 2 years to help state and local agencies pay for investigating and prosecuting hate crimes, and it requires the FBI to track statistics on hate crimes against transgender people. Statistics for other groups are already tracked, but it adds that because we've seen that be a targeted group as well. As mentioned, we just had that vote. I thank the members of the Los Angeles delegation that voted for that. There were some pretty nasty things thrown at them by folks who said that if you voted for this, you were enabling child molesters and others. And again, Representative Fox should be ashamed of herself to take Matthew Shepard's name and to call his life a hoax when we know what happened to his life and how tragically it ended. It would be fitting for us not only to pass this, but to urge the Senate to do the same and make this law of the land. Thank you.
Mr. Rosendahl.
Yes, again, I arise with this motion with my colleagues. It's a terrible thing to see tragedy or death of any kind, but when it's motivated purely because of one's sexual orientation or one's gender identity, one's race, one's color, one's creed, we even get more angry. But to put sexual orientation as part of the legislation is obviously the Matthew Shepard story, or the young kid, the 15, 16-year-old up in Ventura the other day, going through his identity crisis, beaten up and killed by his fellow classmates. It's an ongoing reality all over the world, I might add. In fact, there's a resolution we're going to be talking about on the 13th about in Iraq, where they're literally rounding up gay people who have opened themselves up in an honest way and killing them right now as I'm standing here in this council. So to put in the hate crime legislation people of sexual orientation and gender identity is a good thing, as any kind of a hate crime should be persecuted to the full extent of the law. Appreciate the federal legislators moving in that direction, and obviously I look for unanimous support from my colleagues. Thank you, Mr. President.
You're welcome. That matter is now before us. Whoop. Well, Mr. Alarcon, I'm sorry, Mr. Labange, I didn't see you there. Mr.
That's okay.
Labange.
I just want to rise. Thank you, Mr. Rosendahl, for your remarks, and thank you, Mr. Garcetti, for his remarks and his great leadership. No hate crime for anybody, anytime. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Labange.
Thank you.
Okay, that matter is now before us. Open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
That matter passes. Thank you. Next item, please.
Item 34, called special for cards.
Number 34, and we have on number 34, Zumadog. Zumadog is not here, so no one on the queue. Open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
The matter passes. Next item, please.
Item 35, called special for cards.
Number 35, we have Arnold Sachs. Number 35, Mr. Sachs. 35.
Thank you. Speaking of results, did anybody happen to look at yesterday's LA Times front page? One reward, $235 million. 2 hit and runs, another reward, 0. Maybe if the guy had been carrying a bag of garbage, they'd been putting out a reward for littering or illegal dumping. What's shameful is you're considering this illegal dumping fine when you have another person who was a victim of a hit-and-run accident and no action's been taken on processing reward. What's going on with that? I'm just asking, I say, if he'd been carrying garbage, they'd be putting out a reward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sachs. That matter is before us. Open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Next item, please.
Item 40, called special for cards.
Number 40, Zoomdog, not here. Mr. Arnold Sachs. Once again, Mr. Sachs. Number 40.
Thank you again. How much teeth will this sign ordinance have since the state legislation just denied putting any teeth into their item on their agenda? It was voted down. So what's going to happen with this ordinance? And there's no penalties invoked, there's just restrictions. What are the penalties? What are the fines? What are the actions that will be taken if somebody decides they want to do something illegal? And since the state legislation just overturned any attempt to eliminate signage on the freeways, what voice does the city have in that? Is this just big positioning and a bluff by the city council, which usually happens when they have to act in a viable manner? Thank you.
That matter is now before us. Open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Matter passes. The next item, please.
Item 41, called special for cards.
Number 41. We have Zumadog, not here. We have Chris Rowe. Chris Rowe, she's left. Arnold Sachs, number 41. And then we'll go to the Valley for Donna Pierman.
Thank you again. More special events on the weekends. When you're holding and you're allowing these special events on the weekends and you're restricting the marathon because it was held on a weekend, you're not being fair to the public. When you can create a situation where 4 people can get up and say, oh, this interferes with our ability to perform our functions on a Sunday, and it affects 20,000 people, and you all vote for an aye, I request an aye vote on it, and it occurs, and then you turn around and you say, okay, we'll let these other groups have their functions on a Saturday or a Sunday. Well, that interferes with religious functions. Otherwise, it would sound so petty to think that, wait a minute, you actually were voting for Frank McCourt and his group so that they could change the date of the marathon. That doesn't seem like the city council action, now does it?
Donna Pierman in the San Fernando Valley.
Thank you. And before I speak about fee waivers, I just want to correct myself. I want people to vote for F, actually a good one. It makes our governor and the others not to take pay raises in the time of crisis. Anyway, what's not good is these fee waivers. How can you ask people to make sacrifices that you could continue fee waivers 3 times a week? You fiddle L.A. Burns with a water shortage made worse by the CRA building. One bad fee is the commemoration of the 17th anniversary of L.A. riots. I guess the council enjoyed the L.A. riots. People were killed and hurt in those events. Even afterwards, my boyfriend was threatened and hurt in that valley shortly after the riots just because he was white. It was a sad time, and I don't think we need to spend $4,409. I have a feeling that the wrong measures will come out on that. Number 1 and I and C are both farmers markets. One has an amount, $26,000. Bank of America farmers market. Doesn't Bank of America fleece enough money from their people? So I don't see we need to do that event. Large Mart is being approved with a blank check. And 2009 Love Walk, 5,781. 17th annual Watts Cinco de Mayo, 4,912. What exactly is the LA City Employees Memorial Program? I am happy to see that you're doing something for the city employees. They deserve it. But please submit how much. Overall, we have just too much fee waivers. It adds up to millions. And for Mr. Rosendahl, this is for you. Close the roll, tabulate the vote. 12 ayes. So we need to stop these fee waivers because the city can't afford it. That's plain and simple. We just can't afford it. Thank you.
Thank you. That matter is now before us. Open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
That's what she said, 12 ayes. Her wish has been granted. Next item, please.
Item 42 had been called special by Councilmember Parks and for cards, but there are no cards on that matter, and there was a verbal amendment to delete one of the references to the Jesse Brewer Park.
Mr. Parks, that matter resolved? Okay. Before us, open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
That matter passes. Next item, please.
Item 49 called special for cards, and there is an amending motion that has been circulated.
Number 49. You want the cards first, Mr. Parks? Okay, we will listen to Mr. Zumadog, who's not here. And Julie Butcher? Julie? Not here. Alice Goff? Not here. Alice is here. Okay. Alice, you don't have to run. We'll wait for you. Good afternoon. They'll turn that sound on for you.
It's not. Okay.
There you go.
Thank you. Thanks. Good afternoon again. Alice Goff, representing AFSCME members of the Clerical and Support Services Unit, librarians, executive administrative assistants, professional medical unit, and recreation directors and assistants. We are requesting that you take no action on the motion as currently formed today. I just heard you say that there is an amended motion. I don't know what that is at this time. However, we've been negotiating in good faith on an early retirement program that we believe is the best way to reduce city staff. The layoff lists, there are various lists proposed, cuts really at the heart of services, such as 311 operations. It closes the visitor center at El Pueblo, thereby eliminating educational experiences for over 300,000 school children a year. It will negatively impact security services provided to city departments by our general services officers. It impacts library operations and on and on. Again, touching every city service provided. We are committed to working with the city to get to a level of staffing that allows city services to continue. Putting workers on the street in this economy will further hurt the city. We don't believe it's the way to go, and we would ask, again, that we continue with the early retirement process and move from that point forward in addressing the city's staffing needs. Thanks.
Thank you. Eva Mitnick. Eva Mitnick. Our next speaker is Eva Mitnick, Julie.
I'm sorry.
I'll get back to you. We called your name and you weren't here, but we'll call you again.
1024 forthwith.
1024. 24. Mr. Clerk, 24 forthwith, please. Okay, Eva, go ahead.
Thanks. As an employee with the Library Department for almost 22 years and as a member of AFSCME Council 36, Librarians Guild, I want to implore and urge the City Council to not go forward with plans for layoffs until all other options have been fully explored. The employees of the City of Los Angeles are our greatest assets. Layoffs are not acceptable, while options such as early retirement packages are still on the table. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Eva. Bob Aquino, followed by Verdell Flores, and Roy Stone, and then Julie Butcher.
Thank you, council members. Bob Aquino, Engineers and Architects Association. One thing that's become glaringly obvious in sitting through the deliberations of budget and finance is that the mayor's budget really didn't put much thought into where he was going to make cuts. When you look at the methodology of the 10% salary cuts across the board, irrespective of funding sources and whether or not they are revenue-producing areas, it becomes obvious that you can't go forward with the mayor's plan until these areas are fleshed out. One other thing that we put on time and time again, the city council adopted a resolution and policy back in the 90s that layoffs would be a last resort, not a first resort. And in fact, the city continues to contract out work that could be performed by city employees, and until that contracting out is stopped, the layoff should not be considered as a resort. I ask and rise to ask that the city not act on the proposal to move forward with these layoffs. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you, Bob Aquino. Verdell Flores, and Mr. Stone, and then Julie Butcher. Go ahead.
This is a short-sighted response to a serious problem. As one of the city's 300-plus librarians, I stand in solidarity with my fellow city workers in strongly urging the City Council to put aside this motion and demand the CAO come back to the negotiating table with the unions to finish negotiations on early retirement. This motion attacks the frontline city workers and it impacts city services for your constituents. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Roy Stone, President of the Librarians Guild, and I stand with my brothers and sisters who provide the public service to your constituents. We work hard to keep our city functioning. I ask you today to table this motion and allow the Coalition of City Unions and the CAO to proceed with negotiations that will result in a reasonable and responsible way to reduce the city budget while not adding to the unemployment rolls. Please treat the city employees and the unions with the respect that we treat your constituents. Thank you.
Thank you. Julie Butcher. There you go, Julie.
Good morning. Thank you. We have put before you numbers based on your own actuarial numbers showing savings of $2.2 billion over 16 years if we show some prudence and some discipline about moving an early retirement program. We've also showed you, commissioned a study of the Economic Roundtable comparing the difference on the local economy of what happens to this local economy if we retire 2,300 folks versus if we lay off that same number. And the impact is phenomenal, as you would. The $90 million in direct economic impact only begins to tell the story. If you've not seen either of those, please track me down. There is obviously no good layoff list. And it's hard to argue with eliminating vacancies. However, this is a bad layoff list. This layoff list has positions that generate money. It has positions that are specially funded. It has positions that are jobs that are hard to fill, hard to keep. It includes the elimination of 8 filled refuse worker jobs that are fee-based and 32 wastewater and stormwater workers who are paid for out of special funds. SEIU Local 721 and the Coalition of City Unions urges you to demand answers to the questions that arise from this list, from this bad list. We know that this council and this mayor don't want to be the first council and the first mayor to oversee mass layoffs in this city. We know that's not where your hearts are. We ask that that be where your votes are today. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie Butcher. Okay, Mr. Parks, you're up. Okay, we can do the clapping later. Thank you, Mr. Parks.
That was for me?
I think they're applauding you, Mr. Parks, our Budget and Finance Chair. We can hear from Mr. Parks one more time. There you go.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. I think what we have to do today is clarify. Number one, we've been laboring over a budget for the last several weeks that makes a proposal. And in the proposal by the mayor is to eliminate 400 positions on layoff. We realize that those positions, in order for the city to realize any funds from those positions, that process needs to start immediately. As the motion says, it's only initiates the process. But we have to do it because it takes several months to get to this point. There's a bumping system, it goes across department lines, and it's important to move forward. If there's a problem with the list, we've asked Personnel Department and the Mayor's Office to reconcile whatever those problems might be. But I think it's also important to realize that there's a menu of activities and discussions about what's going to help the budget. There's talk about shared responsibilities. There's talk about early retirements. There's talk about taking furloughs, days off, the variety of things. None of those issues have been brought to the point of a conclusion where you can actually count the dollars. We're going to have to, in the next couple of weeks, put together a budget that will basically put a spending course for the City of LA, not just for this year, but will also impact the next couple of years and how we spend the money. We'll also have an ability over the next 8 weeks to at least make some minor adjustments in our revenue that could help next year's budget. There are some startling figures as it relates to our budget in the sense of just looking at our health care, our budget costs for pensions. These are things that are fundamentally, as our people told us at the table, the executive directors of our pension funds, that they're not sustainable at the current rate. If we continue with the payroll that we have today, for next year, we pay a minimum of $1 billion into the pension funds and $550 million into the medical fund. That's $1.5 billion on a general fund that is dropping significantly. Last year, we projected a general fund of somewhere in the neighborhood of $4.7 billion, absent the special funds. This year, we'll be lucky, as we go through this fiscal year, to hit $4 billion. And when we look at the kinds of funds and the drastic drop in the funds, there is no hope, at least in this next 8 weeks or next fiscal year, that we're going to have a turnaround that's going to change the direction of our revenue sources. We also have to be very concerned as to the most recent evaluation of our bond status. For the first time, and we've all been proud of our AAA star rating, but we've been put on the watch notice by those bonding companies. We've been told recently that we could be in jeopardy of being put on the negative list. That would hurt us significantly as we go forward on the TRAN. They've already identified that our significant increase in debt, 23% more debt as it relates to MICLA this year than any other year, that we also, as we move forward, if we cannot float those bonds, we could be in serious jeopardy in the first 3 to 4 months of this next fiscal year just meeting payroll. And in fact, if you do not get a TRAN early on in July, there's some estimates that you will not have cash flow or enough funds to carry the budget through the first quarter of next fiscal year. So this is a very important step. There'll be others as we've gone through the budget process that we think need to be moved forward, that might be so important that we can't wait into the budget deliberations. But this is the first one, and it's important that we move forward on it. It's important that we understand the timeline, that we understand the menu, and we also understand the fact that until these negotiations or discussions come to a conclusion and we have the ability to actually count the money, then it's not real in the budget. And so although there may be discussions and promises, the only thing that the Budget Committee and this council are going to deal with is what is the revenue that's coming in and what are the allocations going out. And we will not be able to impact this current budget crisis of $530 to $40 billion. We'll not be able to deal with it just on a one-year basis, because all we do is push it into next fiscal year 10-11. And the numbers in 10-11 are worse than they are for 9-10. So I'd ask that we move this forward. It's a process, again, only to initiate it. It's a process that requires Personnel Department to pull records, compare records, look at the bumping list, and move through this process so that if this is the last alternative, if this is the only alternative we have, we need to be in place to implement it.
Mr. Smith.
Well, thank you. I didn't know there was going to be a 1-2 punch, but I just want to underscore what Mr. Parks said, and particularly for the unions that are here, that this is the beginning of a process that was laid out a couple months ago, that much of the budget that we're dealing with right now in committee is predicated on this having been done, and that as the personnel manager told us, we must begin this process because it takes a couple months in the process of paperwork and deciding bumping rights and all that for this to take place and for it to work. And so when we get to the budget in another 2 weeks in this council, much of what we will be bringing you is predicated on the work you're doing today, in a realization that layoffs and ERIP is all part of the discussion, that, and as I said to the union leadership yesterday, the ERIP proposal, the early retirement plan, is going to be some form as part of the discussion, absolutely. That layoffs, in my opinion, are still part of the plan, and there's much, much more to come, and there's a lot of other pain yet to be resolved, but this is just the beginning of a process that we must take to get the ball rolling, to get the paperwork rolling, to begin the ugly process of dealing with the budget shortfalls that we're dealing with, because the problem is so monumental that we can't afford to sit back and wait any longer. And so those are just the points I want to underscore with Mr. Parks, and for those of us who have been sitting on this committee for the past couple of weeks, this is a very painful, painful year, unlike anything in modern history that any of us have ever had to deal with. And you're all going to see it in another week or so. But the patient is very, very sick. The patient is on the respirator. Yeah, thank you. I wasn't going to go that far. He's in the ICU for sure. And what we're going to do in the next couple of weeks is prescribe the medicine that's going to save the life of the patient, and that includes the union employees and as well as everyone around here. So this is just the process. It's beginning. It's not going to be pretty, but we need to begin. Thank you.
Mr. Weezer?
Thank you very much. And one thing I do want to stress is that we should look at this list because, in fact, we need to be a bit more strategic about what these positions entail. If, in fact, we could find some efficiencies by keeping some of these positions that would actually bring in revenue. And in particular, we have to check this list for accuracy. I believe that the city attorney halo positions are still in here, and in fact those positions, it was decided by the mayor's office and the budget committee that we should keep those positions intact for that very successful program. And finally, I want to again reiterate that I personally am reluctantly voting for this, but I think we have to. But again, I'm doing that keeping in mind that this is a last resort, as was mentioned by some of the previous speakers, if we have to go here, that we, in my opinion, should look at the early retirement program. Hopefully that gets hammered out before the finality of the budget hearings. But again, this is something that, for me personally, we have to do reluctantly and just to be prepared in the event we go to this as a last resort. But I want to clarify for our CLA and CAO that we should look at this list a bit more strategically, and in particularly for accuracy, and take out those positions that we've already said through the hearings that we want to keep intact. Thanks.
Mr. Rosenbaum.
Thank you, Mr. President. Look, the rubber has hit the road, folks. We're now in a very serious situation. If I could ask Jerry to come on up, and Ray, hold my time. What are we doing, Jerry? What is this about?
Well, essentially what's before you today, in the mayor's proposed budget, there are 1,600 positions that are eliminated. and my recollection is the total dollar amount associated with that is about $80.66 million. Anywhere between 308 and 400 of those are filled. It is correct there's some discrepancy about the lists, and one of the instructions is to work out those discrepancies and make sure that there's a solid list. So essentially what is before you today is launching a process that will take several months to actually lay off some positions that are filled. And I will say that I don't, and I know Ray doesn't make this recommendation lightly. I can see no scenario, including a retirement package, that would avoid laying off these positions, that would avoid eliminating these 1,600 positions, 400 of which are filled. I see no scenario in which this wouldn't have to happen.
Ray?
I think I'd like to echo those comments that Jared just made. No matter what happens, given the shared sacrifice responsibility that, as you well know, totals $230 million on the general fund side, plus another 57 or so on special fund, that these 1,600 positions are most likely will be gone. This is only the first step. As you know, we have a problem this year. It's not going to get better in 2010-11 and onward. The picture is not very bright at this point.
Who decided that there would be 300 to 400 real people laid off? Is that coming from what part? Is this the mayor? Is this the council? Who's making that clarity that 300 to 400 must be laid off now?
It starts with the elimination of positions, and then from there the general managers of each department have to go through the displacement process. And so they will try to, where they can, place people in vacant positions. If unfortunately they cannot within the department, then personnel gets involved and it goes through the pumping rights. So we have a lengthy process.
If we approve this, does that mean that 300 employees are going to lose their job?
No, does not mean that 300 people will be going out the door. No.
What does it mean?
It means it starts the process. I mean, we have a lengthy civil service process. Basically, as I mentioned, the displacement process begins at the department with the help of personnel.
Okay, but with this displacement, do 300 people end up losing their job when we're finished with this?
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily.
Unfortunately, I do not know what that answer will be because we have to go through this displacement process. It is very lengthy and time-consuming, so I do not know who actually will lose their job.
So that displacement process, explain it real quickly how that works.
I'll let Tom do that since he has a little bit more personnel background than I do.
I mean, people watching this right now are wondering if they're going to lose their job. Obviously, this is as important as it gets for any individual who might be on that short list.
Tom Coltis, CAO's office. With regards to the city's layoff process, you would start at the highest level position. If that position is eliminated, that person has seniority rights and they would bounce down to a lower level position. That lower level position would then be compared to see who has the most seniority, and then the least person would be laid off, and this process could continue through multiple layers in the organization. If you lay off at the very top of an assistant general manager, you would lay off the assistant general manager. They might displace to a division chief. The lowest seniority division chief would displace to a senior level position. That senior level position would displace and displace. This takes a long time because you have to review all of the seniority records for all of the employees. Eventually, at the end of the day, all of the bumping will take place, and the person with the least seniority and the lowest level classification will lose their job.
So 300 to 400 people will lose their job when this process is complete?
That is entirely possible unless they are placed in other vacancies. Now, this action envisions eliminating 1,600 vacancies in the city. Therefore, the number of placement opportunities is significantly diminished. Now, there are places in the city that still have funds, and they still accrue vacancies, and so some people will be able to move to vacancies. But in times past, we had many more vacancies and many more places where people had opportunities to move to. The harbor would be booming, and you could move people into the harbor. The airports would be doing well. You could move people to the airports. in this particular environment, no one is doing well. And so all of our positions, we eliminate 1,600 in this round. That does not address the 10% shared sacrifice if we are unable to do that any other way. If that translates into positions, that's an additional number of positions. So the likelihood of layoffs in this environment in comparison to the previous environments that we have been in, about 100 times more likely that we will have layoffs that result in people going to the street than before.
And this would be the beginning until we clearly have an understanding of where we're going? I mean, where are we with the unions? Where are we with the mayor? Where are we overall on this issue?
We're continuing to negotiate on all of those issues. And at this point, I would say we do not have resolution on any of them.
And this process, obviously, if it happens over a 4-month period, the lessons learned will also have an impact if we have to do further layoffs.
Yes.
And if we take it to its next step in this moment in time, do we see this as the beginning of a process that might include literally hundreds, if not thousands, of employees potentially being laid off?
I think over the next 2 years, as we deal with the pension issues and the funding for our employee pensions and our ongoing revenue, either loss or no growth in revenue, as long as our cost structure stays the same, we cannot sustain it. And since 80% of our costs are personnel costs, it's logical that a large number of positions will need to be eliminated over this period of time in order to stay within revenue.
Some union leadership feel that 2,300 retirements, early retirements, incented retirements would solve this whole problem, and that layoffs would not necessarily have to happen. True or false?
From what we're seeing now, and again, when your Budget Committee report comes forward to you, I think this will be a lot clearer. But from what we're seeing now, even if there were an early retirement package that eliminated 2,600 positions, there are still a great deal more positions that are going to be eliminated. I mean, the bottom line is the only way that we're going to reduce you can only reduce your salary costs in 2 ways. You either reduce the number of people you have or you reduce what you pay them. All of the civilian MOUs are in place. All of them have the COLAs in place. Any reduction in salaries is obviously subject to negotiation with the unions. So the only option before you today is reducing the number of positions. And it's a long process and it's a painful process, but if it does not start now, the 2011 budget is going to be virtually unsolvable.
So is it very clear from the administration, from the mayor's standpoint, that the 2,300, as the unions are suggesting, doesn't work, and that we're going to have to figure another strategy that would include, as the mayor has suggested, maybe we take a 5% or 10% cut in pay? I mean, how does this all work itself out?
Well, again, my only point is that even if there is a retirement package that of which 2,300 employees take advantage, that still does not sufficiently reduce our payroll. So yes, it's exactly those issues. Is it reduction in salaries? Is it whatever else, being creative that folks can come up with to reduce our payroll? But at the end of the day, we either have to reduce the payroll or reduce the number of positions.
Okay, in reducing the payroll, is the mayor right when he says he's taking a 12% cut? Some of us said we'd take 5% or 10%. We'd do whatever the average employee takes. Would that solve the problem without layoffs?
Well, obviously the at-will and elected offices have more flexibility in terms of reducing salaries. You cannot reduce unilaterally salaries of the vast majority of the city workforce. Those are dictated by the MOUs that are in place.
Okay, I appreciate this. People need to understand that this is a very serious moment. This is a process that we will be starting today, and I just am grateful that you share with us your thoughts on it. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
You're welcome. Mr. LaBonge?
Mr. Rosendahl, thank you for those questions. As we have talked this morning, Thousands and thousands of city employees have done effective roles in helping the people of Los Angeles in a variety of ways. I know right now Crew 255 is doing work off of Riverside Drive in the North Hollywood area. I wanted to be there with them today. It's a long overdue improvement project. That challenge, though, is being met by a reality is that this government cannot function unless it has the revenue necessary to pay for the function. We have seen a catastrophic earthquake in our world as it related to the value of the dollar and the value of the economy and the change from as early as last August through the days of September and October and accelerated throughout the time. Now it's coming to our door. I don't want to lay anybody off, but I'm going to stand with the city attorneys, the city legislative analysts and the CAO at this time to go through this process. I hope we have tremendous information for those employees to know the challenges. Mr. Rosendahl, you asked the right questions, but unless we have the funds to pay for the people who are there, we're fooling everybody. And we have to look at it. And I commend our chair of our committee for doing the tough work. It is very difficult. I was sitting over there next to Mr. Smith there and chatting a little on the previous issues, and I thought, what did they do in other eastern cities when they faced this horrible situation? What challenges were made and met? You know, New York was on the deathbed some years ago, and it revitalized itself, but it was a very tough time. And I know there must be anxiety with thousands of city workers who are dedicated to serve, but know there's uncertainty coming. I think we have to have great information from our personnel department and from our city administration on what challenges are met so they know there. I would rather not do this, but we have to do this in order for us to survive. We must tighten our belts, and we must look to this effort here in order to be able to serve another day. It's not the same as it once was before. In 1978, when the whole taxation was changed, I believe, and Tom, you may recall, only 8 painters were let go with the city of Los Angeles. And that was the biggest challenge that we ever faced in 1978 with the reformation of the taxes in California due to Prop 13. This is absolutely different now. And I think we don't know what is I got someone who's very, very, very conservative who writes me and sends me letters that says, Tom, you should do this about the pensions. You should do this. He's doing this for the last several years. I don't want to say I didn't believe him, but I thought we could weather the storm, because at one point we were 118 in the positive, correct? At one point, just a few short years ago, we had a positive value in our pension fund. Now it's a negative value. And I know as a 35-year employee of Los Angeles, you're going to ask me, and I'm going to support whatever changes need to be made to the pension system that I'm under to become equitable to the rest of the city family. I think that's something that's real important. So I know it's a very bleak time and a very dark time, but I would rather do this now so we don't have to all of a sudden shut down in the middle of the year. And there is possibilities, as Tom, you mentioned. You didn't mention anybody who was eligible to go to Water and Power, but you mentioned Harbor and other places. But I think we should have counselors at our personnel department effective, because if you're committed to work for the city and you want to work for the city, we want you to work for the city. And if you do, we want to make sure you have an opportunity to serve the people of Los Angeles. But at this time, we have to look at this very, very drastic measure. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lamonge. Ms. Gould?
Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Zine, and colleagues. This is not, we have had 6 days now. Today will be the 7th day of talking in budget. And I think there are some items as we look at the shared sacrifice that we are moving ahead and having discussions with union leadership and others to see how we meet this need, because the $500 million budget deficit unfortunately cannot be solved alone by raising fees or even right now with the 400 layoffs, any of that. It is going to take us looking at things we would have never considered in the past, and I want to thank the union leadership who's been at the table with us to try to resolve this. My question is, and points made well, I know Julie Butcher mentioned this and others, there are, trash
truck, providers. I mean, that, we have to pick up the trash. So have we made amendments to those that the mayor proposed that either are revenue generating or items that we cannot, cannot do without? Was there any change to the 400?
Well, at this juncture, the instruction is to move forward and eliminate the 1,600 identified positions. But part of this process is going to have to be the department heads working with the personnel department and regular conversations with the CAO in my office to identify exactly those issues. It does not make sense to lay off a revenue-producing position.
Right. Or in services that if we don't pick up the trash, we have bigger problems.
Exactly.
In that.
Exactly.
So for the public and for the representatives and particularly those city employees that are here today, this is a tiny step forward in a process that will have lots of turns in it that may be impacted by other agreements that we are going to have in the next couple of weeks as we adopt a budget, may be impacted by the kind of information that we're just talking about, which is revenue generating or positions that we cannot see eliminating at all. So what is the next step to this body to be able to understand? And I get the point of we need to start to have those discussions, because otherwise we don't have any of those discussions, and we know that it looks like there's going to be some potential layoffs here in the city of Los Angeles. What is the next step so that everyone knows where we're going and where there are going to be opportunities for dialogue about what those positions are and when that happens, et cetera?
The next item specifically with regard to the list was before you today?
Yes, what the action that we're taking today with the 400.
Well, basically, it starts with the departments, the general managers. They have to look at the list and sort of assess the positions that are on the list and whether or not there are people that occupy those positions. Once they begin, that, then it's whether can they move them, et cetera, et cetera. Now, as you mentioned, the Budget and Finance Committee is certainly looking at some of the positions that were slated for deletion, and the wastewater positions and some of the refuse. There will be some further conversation that I think whatever you have in your committee report, if you restore those, and certainly then those are pulled off the table, so to speak.
Does this come back to the City Council?
It's been your prior policy that any layoffs do come back to this body for actual approval.
Okay. That was kind of where I was going, is that I think there is a position, we want to be able to see ultimately, not that we don't trust you all, but there's lots of things that are happening in the bigger picture, and it assure the leadership that's here and others that those positions, that we will understand the implications of that or the impact of that when it comes back to the City Council. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Cardenas.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Can you explain to the people of Los Angeles and beyond who happen to be watching this deliberation here? It was mentioned earlier about this bumping process. I guess a fancy way of saying this bumping process, we have a civil service process in the city of Los Angeles, which basically is supposed to get rid of the idea that somebody could say, oh, we have to let 10 of you go. I like you, you stay. I don't like you, I finally get to get rid of you, etc. Instead of doing it with that kind of maliciousness, we actually have a process where there's a formula or some kind of seniority that dictates who, unfortunately, is going to be laid off, should we have to lay off one person or 1,000. Can you explain that process? My time, please.
The City of Los Angeles does have a civil service system. There are basically two hallmarks of that civil service system. The first is that we
a little closer to the mic.
We have testing as the vehicle by which we enter into employment, and we have seniority in the event that we have to reduce the workforce. The seniority provisions of the city charter are extremely complex. Not only do we consider time within the city as a whole, but we consider time within the city, within classification, and within department. And so it is not a simple matter of all those people that were hired in 2007, those people would go. That is not the way a layoff would work. A layoff works on an individual department by department and classification by classification system. And you have to do the calculations in that way. And ultimately, from the department's list, whatever the general manager determines, these positions are filled, and these are the ones that I am eliminating from my workforce. The personnel department calculates seniority in those classifications and then follows the employees wherever they may go. Employees may be laid off initially in the Department of Building and Safety, for example, but that person might have displacement rights, which means he has a right to go to another department in another classification, and a person in the city clerk's office could get laid off as a result of the building and safety layoff that initiated the process. And so you follow all of those cascading dominoes, if you will, to their ultimate conclusion, and ultimately, at the end of the day, a lot of people have come down in salary by virtue of leaving a chief job and going to a senior job, but ultimately, at the end of the day, the person with the least amount of seniority in the entry-level classification would be unemployed.
Okay. Well, I know that it's much more complicated than that, but I really do appreciate you taking the time to actually describe some of the factors or some of the process. I really do appreciate that. I think that a lot of taxpayers don't understand that we have such a process. I personally think that the process is pretty darn fair. As a matter of fact, you said at the end of the day, if you have to lay people off, they will be the people with the least amount of seniority, et cetera. Do those individuals have a process they can appeal to try to keep a job or keep within employment within the city?
The layoff process envisions an opportunity to appeal the calculations, but not the necessity for the layoff itself. So you can dispute the methodology, the numbers, if you will, but you cannot dispute the manager's determination that this is the classification that the manager is choosing to lay off.
Okay, but if there's something wrong with the calculation or what have you, if you think you have proof that, wait a minute, based on my seniority, I shouldn't have been laid off or what have you, there is a way in which employees in that situation can actually appeal.
Yeah, that appeal process is after the fact, yes.
Okay, but it's basically an appeal process that at least will allow them, if they think there's a gross error or something that it was unfair based on the way the process should have been done, there is an appeal process.
Yes, there is.
Okay. Well, most people in private industry really don't have anything close to that. And it's my understanding that quite a bit of people have already lost their jobs here in the LA Basin, for example, and across the country based on the way the economy that's being dealt toward us is treating private industry and the public entities as well. If we don't approve this motion today, then I would think that would be symbolic from my perspective. That symbolism, would that come at a cost to the city coffers? Would it come at the cost of our responsibility when it comes to looking at the fact that we do have a looming deficit coming forward and our projections all show that things aren't getting better anytime soon?
Well, assuming the layoffs of these positions is inevitable, and I sincerely believe that it is, the longer you wait, the more people have to be laid off, because the longer you wait, the less savings that you achieve through the process.
Okay. So it only gets worse if X number of people are going to be laid off, if we start moving the ball rolling in that direction, such as this motion and many other actions by the Budget Committee, et cetera, and the Personnel Department and the various departments. If we don't pass this motion today, are you saying that very likely if we took a snapshot of the actions today and act responsibly, then if today's number of people being laid off is X, if we put it off another month or 2 or 3, then it'll be X plus more people being laid off eventually?
That's exactly right.
Okay. Well, I'm going to be critical of ourselves as policymakers. If we would have had this discussion a year ago or 6 months ago and passed this motion and all the other activities, would we be looking at X minus a certain number of people laid off based on my analogy, my scenario?
Absolutely. Yes.
Can you clarify what you mean by absolutely?
Well, clearly,
my point is, Jerry, the signs of where we're at today didn't happen last night.
No, they did not.
So the fact of the matter is, this is a responsible move forward. It might not be pleasant, it might not be fun. It's kind of like this cactus. If you're stuck in the desert, you may have to eat one of these things. Hopefully you pick the right one. It could save your life. But you got to get past the prickly stuff. You got to get past the painful stuff in order to get to the thing that might save your life. In this case, we're talking about X number of jobs inevitably, and we're trying to get to the point where we're saving people's livelihood, at least those individuals who we do need and hopefully will continue to render service for the city of Los Angeles. Thank you.
Mr. Garcetti.
Just a friendly word of warning for Mr. Cardenas. Beware the cactus metaphors. They never end well. So that's just in my own experience. I will not, I promise. This is obviously an extremely difficult moment. I appreciate, first of all, the work of the Budget Committee, which has been having these conversations every single day. And Ms. Gruhl kind of, I think, got into a lot of the questions that I wanted to ask. But I also want to, when the mayor proposed this, I don't know if, can I ask a couple questions? I'd like to ask the mayor's budget team a couple questions, too, just so we can kind of hone in a little bit on, why this list, and there seems to be a discrepancy on some of the numbers, and I'm sure part of that was from drafting it earlier versus where we are today, or just a couple things that we found. Tell us what process you went through to find this initial list. We know it's a first list, and how you identified these specific positions. And then after that, if the CAO or CLA could answer how locked in we would be to those positions. I know it's been raised, but what sort of flexibility? If we start a process down and we want to say, okay, these are the wrong ones, how do we unmake that?
Certainly. Ben Sahout with the Mayor's Office. The list that was developed as part of the Mayor's proposed budget was developed after a number of meetings with departments and after a number of requests from the Mayor's Office to the departments to submit budget reductions as part of their proposed submissions for the upcoming fiscal year. Not only that, even after the department submitted what they considered, a level of reductions that would be equivalent to either a 6% reduction or a 9% reduction. We also did an analysis of their services. We asked departments to rank their services in their departments. And because we were dealing with the general fund deficit, the unfortunate thing was that, sometimes what we put our general fund dollars are into our highest priorities. But because we were dealing with the general fund deficit, that's where we had to initiate the cuts.
Sure. So it was a combination, obviously, of those service cuts, which are often people and specifically people that each department gave you, then?
Exactly. I mean, the reductions were initiated through a request from the Mayor's Office, but these reductions were proposed in many cases by the departments themselves based on that service review, the prioritization of those services, and knowing that we had to solve a $530 million deficit.
Vis-a-vis the question I asked as a follow-up one, but also for the CAO and or CLA, probably the CAO most appropriately first. In terms of looking at some of those, we heard from our union leaders today that some of them, there are some errors potentially in there, or what positions that, are direct service positions that would, we all know all of these are direct services, but core ones that I don't think anybody plans to stop picking up the trash, stop responding 911 calls. How many of those positions did we find in that initial list, and how many of this list will we have to change?
I actually don't have exact numbers right now, but certainly as you look through the list, there's some wastewater positions that I think probably we would probably want to restore. There may be some other very critical health and public safety, perhaps like trash, that we might want to restore. But an exact number, I don't have that with you. I think a lot of it's going to depend on sort of what comes out of the committee discussion that we're having right now, and what is determined at the highest priority and basically what's at the top of that critical service list. So.
I'd like to instruct the CAO and CLA to work directly with our union leaders to go through the list as well. I'm sure you've been doing some talking, but I think they're reading the budgets almost as closely as we are, or probably more closely. We're probably all tied for how much we're pouring through all of this. But I think that there's certain things that they're catching that perhaps we aren't all catching here, and if we can make sure that, I mean, not, again, for approval, just to be clear, I mean, we're moving forward on initiating a process, so this is not a renegotiation of each one of these, but I think that information would be useful to members. We're certainly going to be talking and hearing that information from union leaders as well, and I'm sure from our department heads as well as we go along. But that would be, for me, very useful to know because a couple of those discrepancies aren't completely resolved here today. In terms of unwinding that clock or changing that, maybe the CLA, you can speak to that. What would the process be if we say, okay, those were critical folks that we needed to keep there, we need to find 5 more bodies that aren't those 5 that we're going to restore. Walk us through that process of how that's affected by whether or not we move forward today.
Well, moving forward today, as I've said, really starts the process, and it starts the direct dialogue with the department heads and with personnel in our offices to identify, precisely which positions are being eliminated and to reconcile any discrepancies between the list, to identify those that may be revenue-producing or core services. And then moving on from there, clearly the council's policy and instruction has been before anybody actually leaves the door, it has to come back to council. Now, what I would also encourage is the council instruct that when the lists are reconciled and in dealing with the labor leaders as well as department heads and personnel, that we come back to you with the reconciled list so that there is clarity. I think it's also important to note, I think as you mentioned, if there's a general fund position on this list that does go to core services and cannot be eliminated, I think it's not a matter of taking that off the table, it's the matter of finding another position that a department head would assert is not a core position to replace it with.
Just in conclusion, colleagues, in moving forward with this today, it's not the beginning of the conversation because budget and finance started that conversation. But for us, as a council, this is the first moment to be taking some baby steps forward. I know that we can do that in a careful way, in a way that continues to listen to our employees and underscores how important our employees are to us and, more importantly, to the people of Los Angeles, the services that they provide every single day. And we know that this is, going to be done by either early retirement and or an increase in pension payments and or a reduction of salaries and or layoffs and or furloughs, which I think none of us love because they're one-time costs, and or some other one-time costs. That's all that we have. Those are our choices. None of them are pretty. Do we all prefer early retirement over layoffs? Of course. Do we all prefer to do some minimal furloughs and hope the economy recovers? Of course we do. But at the end of the day, our responsibility is to make sure also on July 1st that when we take something called the TRAN, which is when we go to the markets asking for money, essentially to borrow money for the first half of the year, if we go to the market, worst case scenario, and they say no because they don't see how this budget is going to get balanced, we start to go off a cliff here. And so the responsible thing for all of us to do to make sure we can continue to provide services, and I hope we can keep as many employees as possible, and in our negotiations, which we're not doing here and can't do here, but our negotiations with our incredible labor leaders who I think are stepping up and thinking as creatively as possible, working to defend their members and try to find ways that people can be early retired instead of laid off. There is not going to be any silver bullet. As we look at what the actuarial study on early retirements is, that's a really critical piece. It's probably the largest one, and yet it's probably about a third of what we need to do, best case scenario, maybe a little bit even less. So when we look at what those options are, colleagues, it is going to be very easy to say no, but it is very important for us to say yes so that we don't forestall the difficult choice when we say no 6 months from now or 8 months from now because we're starting to go off that cliff or have already started to fall off that cliff. So I want to thank our leaders here. And I urge the mayor and our council together to work closely and to really work around the clock with our labor leaders to make sure that what is an anticipated 10% cut is made real. So we know what that is, so we can start setting that in motion. Because every single day we don't do that means it's 3 months more or 4 months more or 5 months more before that gets into the budget, which means we have to reopen the budget and rebalance it, and that means more people will not be working for the city of Los Angeles, and none of us want that scenario. Ms. Hahn.
Thank you. Well, I think a lot of issues have been brought forth. This is really a bad time for all of us, but I was looking at my letter from the Coalition of LA City Unions, where they laid out a number of options, and want to make sure that we are looking at those. And of course, the first one is the early retirement program, and how much that might save us as opposed to layoffs. So once again, where are we on the early retirement program, and will that save us the right kind of monies, or does that put more money, does that take from another pot of pensions? I mean, what does early retirement actually do, and is that on the table right now?
Well, it is on the table. It is being discussed. I mean, the specific answers to your question depend upon what an early retirement package looks like. Clearly, giving people...
I mean, the city unions are basically calling on the council to adopt early retirement programs and postpone any layoffs until the participation levels in this program can be reviewed. Is that a viable option for us today?
I don't believe it is. I believe that in the best case, the people that would leave under an early retirement program would still not be sufficient to balance this budget.
Do we know that? How do we know that until we've made that offer?
Based on the actuarials analysis and their estimates of the number of people that would leave. That is the only independent information that you have before you. Based on their analysis of the number of people that would leave.
How many is that?
Up to about 2,300.
So
but we need to eliminate much more than 2,300 positions.
Okay, so you don't think that's viable, although that's a part of what you're...
It absolutely has to be.
So when everyone is talking about we need to make this decision today so that we sort of don't postpone the inevitable, and the longer we wait, then the more employees we would have to lay off in the future. Explain that again to me on why that's true.
Well, for example, if for simplicity of numbers, let's assume that there are 400 layoffs, and 12-month savings for those layoffs. With an early retirement package, with the window of opportunity, and then seeing how many people actually take it, if we were to wait till then to initiate the layoffs, we would lose at least a quarter or 4 months of the year. That means that instead of 400, 500 plus people would have to be laid off.
Okay. And as Tony said, I mean, we kind of knew about these issues before. Should we have been offering this early retirement program a year ago?
Should we have, again, anything that we could have done a year ago or 6 months ago to begin reducing our workforce? In retrospect, that's certainly a good thing. I think it is important to note that nobody expected that our revenues were going to be down more than $300 million this year. No, we have never in our history, when we did last year's budget, nobody figured it would be down more than $300 million.
So, also when we're talking about having this come back to us for another vote on this, what exactly will be coming back to us? The actual positions? Because I'm unclear on these 400 positions. What 400 positions are these?
The 400 positions are actually identified in one of the supplemental budget books that was part of the release. They range from a variety of classifications. They are general funded positions and there are special funded positions. So there's a mix of these positions, and you know.
Do they come from? I'm just for everyone that's watching this that may not have that book.
They come from departments, from aging through zoo. I mean, it ranges from each and every one of the departments that are part of the city family, excluding the proprietary departments.
And these are, according to civil service, these are the last hired? No.
No. This is basically in our supplemental book that we produce. One of the schedules does include an estimate of the number of filled positions that are being slated for deletion. And this is an estimate based on information that we've received from departments.
And and do we have an analysis of what loss of service to the public comes from these 400 positions?
Yes. Well, that analysis has been coming through the Budget and Finance Committee as departments have come to the table to explain or to report on the impacts that would be a result of the budget. They have shared those comments comments and have submitted memos back to the Budget and Finance Committee with those service impacts.
And overall, what can you tell me about the impacts to the public that these 400 positions might have?
Overall, I could say that there will be an impact. What I can say is when we were developing the mayor's proposed budget, we knew that positions equal services. So to the extent that we're identifying positions and to the extent that those positions are actually filled, then we know there's going to be a service impact. What we tried to do in the budget was identify those vacant positions first, knowing that if they're the vacant positions, knowing that if they're vacant, then they won't have a layoff.
Right. And how many of those 400 are vacant?
Those 400 are filled. There's an additional
So none of these first 400 are any vacancies?
No, there's 1,200 that are
All these
vacant.
400 represent a person?
Potentially.
Potentially.
Yes.
But none of them are vacant?
At the time the budget was printed, these positions were filled.
Okay, so what do you mean by potentially? It could be a person.
These positions were filled when we released the budget on April 20th. Between now and between then and now, there's the possibility that some people may have transferred to a different department or may have retired.
And when do we get that information? I mean, I like to know what we're doing. You know, again, it's very serious. It's very serious. I mean, these are real people. And I know it's tough, and I know we're in a crisis, and I know it could get worse if we don't act today, but we're talking about real people here. We're talking about people who, are going to be unemployed. And, when are we going to know exactly who it is that we're laying off?
Well, you're going to know that by initiating a process today. I mean, that's what needs to happen.
And so then what comes back to us, it'll be...
the final list, who actually is, the final positions that are eliminated, and who is actually out the door, and whether or not those people are able to be placed in a special fund or in water and power or harbor or airports. That will come back.
So that report will come back to us when it comes back to us.
Yes.
It'll be that specific.
Yes.
Yeah, because, again, nobody wants to take this step, and I know everyone's been really working hard in budget and finance, and this is a very tough time, but, it's not just 400 positions. It could be 400 people. And, I don't feel good about this at all. And, I just want to make sure we have looked at all of our options. And I still think there ought to be a reorganization of a lot of the departments. I don't know why we have 3 assistant general managers in any department. I mean, I would like to see us looking more at some of the management positions. To me, if they're gone, I'm not sure the public would ever notice. So I just want to make sure that when we're doing this, we're looking at all possible options. And I just think there's, I don't feel good about this at all. I don't know what else to say. And I just want to make sure we've looked at creative ways. And I know we have. But again, I come across a lot of people in the departments in my 7.5 years that I think are a hindrance to the public and not really helpful, like some of the employees that we may be proposing to lay off.
Thank you, Ms. Hahn. Mr. Alarcon, for the first time.
Laying off employees is probably the most difficult decision that we have to make as a group. And what concerns me here is the lack of opportunity to consider the layoff in the context of all the other opportunities that we have. I have not been briefed on this motion except for a 5-minute discussion with Councilman Parks during this meeting. The CAO hasn't sat down with me. The mayor's office hasn't sat down with me. The CLA's office hasn't sat down with me. I don't know the details of this proposal. But what I do know is that the negotiation process is based on trust. And without trust, you undermined that negotiation process. I don't know that these are the best employees to lay off if we're going to lay off. Why are some employees excluded? Why are some unions still talking about raises and those that aren't talking about raises are being hammered with layoffs? I don't get it. So, I can't vote for this. It's the most important decision that you have to make as a manager of a major government entity, to have to cut back people and lay off people. And we're doing it on a motion that was introduced May 1st that was waived out of committee, even though it was considered, with all due respect to Councilmember Parks. But we have not been individually given a full understanding of what we're doing here. This action, to move in the direction of authorizing the Personnel Department to lay people off, will set the course for all the other elements that are working to change. Other employee groups will say, hey, don't worry, they're going to lay that group off, so we don't have to negotiate anymore. We don't have to give up anymore. Maybe we can take some more. I just wonder what the ramifications are on that end. I also don't understand why we can't get that information without this laborious process. Why can't the Personnel Department with the CAO figure out what the impacts are going to be and report back to us without us having to take a layoff action? Why couldn't you do that a month ago when the mayor submitted his budget? Why wasn't it done in the months preceding that when the mayor's budget was being contemplated? I understand, 2 years ago I was screaming about the economy. On national television, for that matter. But we're waiting until the last minute to order a layoff, saying that, we still have to bring it back and formalize it at some point, when in reality we're initiating a layoff process. And I think that this is the worst kind of governance, and it is not being done in the full light of day. And I don't think we ought to do it. So I'm voting no, not because I don't understand that we may have to have layoffs, not because I don't understand that we're going to have cuts and quality services may be affected, but because I'm not going to make a decision that I am not fully informed about.
Mr. Zion. Mr. Zion.
Thank you, and if you hold my time, Mr. President, the early retirement program, that's been put out to a lot of the city employees other than police and fire, is that correct?
It's under discussion with the coalition, as I understand it, yes.
And a lot of people who are eligible to retire are holding off, waiting for that to take place, if it does take place.
That's right.
Okay, I have a concern that we're giving information that may not really come to fruition. That the budget, we haven't heard from the pension department, if they can afford it or not. We haven't heard, we know with the general funds being impacted, so I've got real concerns about the honesty of that aspect of an early retirement, the bonus of 5 years. When you talk about the budget, and I met with the mayor's office when we talked about the budget, a variety of items I'm going to be discussing here. Department of Neighborhood Empowerment. How much are we going to be giving to the neighborhood councils in funding?
For the next fiscal year?
Yes.
Well, that's still being considered.
What was put in the budget? For how much?
We put in a new allocation for each neighborhood council of 45,000, I believe.
Okay, and how much for the council offices for the discretionary funding? How much was put in for that? $100,000. Let's be honest with the people. Let's be honest with the people. If we're going to shave it back, then shave it back. If we're going to cut people's jobs, careers with the City of Los Angeles, we need to look at that budget and decide what is the priority, the service that we deliver, or some of these other issues. Now, I support neighborhood councils. We don't have to give them $45,000. We don't have to have $100,000 discretionary funds in our council offices. If we're really serious about this budget, we need to consolidate departments, and we need to let these people do the job of serving the people of Los Angeles. We're not doing that. We're still taking care of this little cushion that we have. We need to eliminate these cushions, so we will have the bodies to serve. That's the concern I have. When this budget talks about $80 million in parking, revenues, meters, how serious are we with selling these or leasing these? Anybody come up to the plate to buy them yet or to lease them yet? What about that $80 million gap? How serious is that? Has anyone stepped up to buy the parking meters or buy the parking lots? So there's $80 million. What about that? When I'm looking at cutting people's careers, and we heard about the teachers, where they're going to lay off the teachers, and then we hear the governor now they're going to lay off 1,700 firefighters. It's like the roof is caving in. Chaos is happening. I don't think we've analyzed this budget to take the dollars that we have, $7 billion, and analyze what we need to provide for the services of the people of Los Angeles with the employees to deliver those services before we start saying we're going to start cutting jobs. And that's the concern, is cutting the jobs without shaving the budget. And I don't think we've shaved that budget enough where we can afford to do this at this particular juncture. That's my concern. I'm the chair of the Personnel Committee, and I'm looking at this, and I've made a recommendation year after year after year when it comes to the budget with the mayor's office. Why don't we consolidate this, and why don't we cut that? We're not doing it. But we're telling these city employees, many of them are career employees, that you may get the boot. And that's not the fair way we should deal with it. Liability cases, $40 million a year in liability cases. So I won't deny the fact that we've got budgetary problems, but I still think that we have issues that we can shave this budget and decide if we actually have to lay off anyone or not lay off anyone. And I join Mr. Alicant in his concern. All of a sudden, we want to set this machine in motion, and then Maggie Wynn and her personnel department will sit there and get these folks lined up. Jerry, you're the man who's supposed to know the numbers, the bean counter. How many beans do we have in the pot?
Not nearly enough.
Then don't you think we should analyze the city budget and analyze what departments and what programs can be eliminated so we can save the jobs that we need to save, that provide the services for sanitation, for recs and parks, for police and fire, paramedic service, the core functions that we're responsible for, and not all the other fluff things that we do? Because we do a lot of fluff in the city. Maybe we don't need to do all the fluff.
Mr. Zine, that's exactly what the Budget and Finance Committee is doing as we speak, and that's exactly what's going to come before you. But let me remind you, we have a $530 million gap for next year. What is before you today is $80 million of that, so you have $420 million to go. Of that amount, $230 million is unspecified cuts. You are going to have an incredible problem before you in a couple of weeks.
And we knew about this a long time ago. This isn't all of a sudden earth-shattering news to us, because we knew about this a long time ago.
It is not. We talked a year ago about the need to reduce payroll and the concerns with what was coming up. We talked in the mid-year about the desperate need to reduce our payroll, and that time has come.
How many union contracts are up for increase in COLA before July 1st or around July 1st in place?
All of the civilian contracts are in place and include COLAs on July 1st.
How much? How much is that?
About 86.
How many millions of dollars is that?
My recollection is about 86 million total.
So have we discussed that with the unions to say maybe we don't have to lay off people if we discuss not going through with these programs of increased compensation, save the job versus the salary increase? Have we discussed that?
Yes, that is under discussion, but you cannot unilaterally do that. All you can do is what you have the power to do.
Well, what we have the power to do is try and provide the services with the budget that we have. And is the budget $7 billion?
Total budget, yes.
How much was it last year?
It was a little bit greater, 7.1.
It was 7.1, so we're from 7.1 down to $7 billion. And if we sat and tried to reopen these contracts to say we could save, because I think, Ray, you told me, if everyone took a 10% pay cut, we would have a balanced budget and a surplus. And I took my 10% voluntary pay cut. Is that correct?
10%, yes. For you, yes.
Okay, so if everyone did that, and if we didn't, if the unions would say, okay, you know what, we won't take this COLA increase, we will push that aside to save these jobs, we could save these jobs, still provide the service. Is that correct?
We could go a long way, yes.
Okay. Well, I think there's still options that we have versus put the fear into city employees that they're going to lose their job. And the 400 people that are going to lose their job provide services to the folks of Los Angeles. I support consolidation. I still think we need to look at that budget and see what we can shave. I think $45,000 to a neighborhood council. While I support neighborhood councils, if we need to shave money, we can shave it off of that, as well as the money that we get for our individual council offices. I think there's still money to be shaved to save the jobs for the city employees. I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gruhl.
Colleagues, let's get serious. Let's get serious. We have a $500 million budget deficit. We do not want to have to lay off anyone. No one is standing here saying we want to do that. No one is saying today, these are the people we are going to lay off. We are initiating the process. Mr. Zine, with 3 departments that we have tried to consolidate for years, we are finally doing this year. Finally doing. You know how much we saved? $600,000. Okay? Even with the 10%, 5%, what's the cost of living adjustment not giving? That's $80 million. We still have $420 million we have to find. This is unlike any other situation we have been. And colleagues, in the next 2 weeks, we are going to have to make those tough decisions. And we're going to make it in concert with the unions and sit down. And they have been at the table, and we appreciate that. And we're going to look at early retirement. We're going to look at cutting positions. But last year, colleagues, we did cut people's positions and in essence laid them off, but we found them other jobs where there were vacancies. That is our first priority, to make sure that they have another job. But colleagues, you cannot stand here and say, we didn't know, we didn't do last year, and I thank the unions that did this last year. They came up with early retirement. And guess what? We asked everyone to look at that last year in the budget process, because we did not want to get to this position that we would have to cut jobs and that we would have to lay off people. We don't want to do that. But if you look at the budget numbers, and all of you have access to the budget documents, they have been out since April 20th. Look at them, read them, just like we have. Yes, we sit in Budget Committee for the last 6 days. But guess what? We read them before we got to the Budget Committee. Look at those documents and see where we are cutting. You will hear from departments today, even when we don't have the 10% shared savings that we have to do, or shared sacrifice, we are cutting positions in the fire department, in the police department, in street services. We are cutting how many sidewalks. We're not doing sidewalks anymore. We're cutting down to 110, I think, miles that we're going to do on street repaving. This is unlike anything we've experienced. And so to stick our heads in the sand and say, we're going to be able to shave a little bit here and a little bit there. We have cut the hair. Not quite as short as yours, Mr. Zine. We can cut more. And I've shaved your head before, as you know. It was at a St. Baldrick's thing, okay. Just want to make that clear. But I think it is important, colleagues, that you look at the documents that are before us, because it will come to Budget Committee again. And we have sat through these depressing, distressing, and as I told some of you, I wake up in the middle of the night thinking, how are we going to try to save people's jobs? We have to do that. But we cannot stand here and grandstand and say we're going to be able to solve it. There's no, as much as we like the gold in the gutter, there's some gold, but there's no pot of gold at the end of this rainbow. It will take all of us to do it together.
Thank you, Ms. Kroll.
Okay, so I'm only 27 seconds over.
Thank you.
But it
Thank you,
is
Ms. Kroll.
important for us to look at the fact that we are not saying these specific jobs, because if we don't get agreements on early retirement and other things that we are looking at, we will be looking at laying off 3,000 people. 3,000. So this process says, where are we going in the future? And I know Mr. Garcetti and Mr. Parks and I and other members,
Ms.
all the
Grohl.
other Budget Committee members have been trying to figure this out. But we have to do this together. And that's the point I wanted to be able to stand up, and we have to do it in concert with the
Thank
unions
you.
as well.
Thank you, Ms. Gruhl. I'm going to call on Mr. Garcetti now.
Thank you very much, Madam President. And thank you, Ms. Gruhl. I just wanted to speak one more time briefly to respond to a couple of things that colleagues said as well. I want to be clear that 300 to 400 layoffs, if you do the math, and we can all do the math, and like Ms. Gruhl said, those numbers have been before us for weeks, will not allow any other bargaining unit that is not swept up in those 300 to 400 to not give or to get more. It's such a small amount of overall what we're looking at. The 400 positions are probably about a tenth of what we're looking to do this year. So anybody who thinks, 10% of if you're a family and you have a deficit, you're looking at your own family budget for the year, and you come up, $50,000 short and somebody finds $5,000, nobody suddenly says, let's go and spend a lot at the market. They know that there's 45,000. We've just started talking about layoffs a year ago in here. The process for starting, this has not been here from last Friday's motion. And the motion, by the way, is not new words. It's taking one piece of the budget a week early and saying, let's start to initiate. Because the quicker we do the pain, the more humane it is. The quicker we do the pain, the more humane it is. And that's a difficult thing to say, because I could stand up, and I'll be judged by my friends who are city workers in those unions by the record that I've had before and after, and I know it's strong. And I could get applause here today by refusing to vote for something. But then about 6 months later, I'd say, whoops, by each delay that we had, we actually need more of you now to leave. We're going to have to lay off more of you. I could stand up here and say, I haven't been briefed on it, but it is our responsibility, and the most important thing in our careers right now, at least financially, fiscally, this is the biggest crisis we face, for us to do this work ourselves right now. This is out there. Under the Brown Act, we can't all get briefed, and these are public documents. It's not being done not in the light of day. It's being done right. What are we doing right now? This is the light of day. It's been done as publicly. We have people come and speak on it. We come and say things ourselves. And in terms of discretionary dollars, this council led on discretionary dollars. We, combined with what we promised to do before we asked anything of employees, we started doing that to other city employees who happen to work in council offices. So we have put, with this year and the last 2 years, $8.5 million back to protect sanitation and public safety and public works and to allow libraries. We put back dollars to allow libraries to be strong and have books to be bought. We did that by leading the way with our own discretionary dollars. We can talk about the $100,000, sure, and people can clap at that. I know that you, and I'm not calling you out because we all do, we're looking at the numbers, have a huge balance for our AB 1290 monies, which is discretionary dollars. So today, stand up and say, I'm giving all that back. That's a lot more than $100,000. And we are looking at that in budget, too, because we do not ask of our employees first before doing it ourselves. Turning down pay raises, making sure that people, we have laid off people from council offices. Everybody's balancing it differently, but people have been laid off. Positions have been held vacant. So we are doing this by example as well. And if folks think that we are somehow sitting back, and I say this next to my friend, Mr. Zine, because he's right on, but the stuff that he's asking, why aren't we doing that? I know this council, and this council is, and it has been doing for 3 years. I've watched us do each one of those things on the list. There isn't a single thing that you said, Mr. Zine, that hasn't been publicly discussed in Budget and Finance Committee. So now is the time for us to say, when we started to act, we acted in the most humane way in a difficult position. Because this is the easy day, folks. We're not laying anybody off, and it's about 1/10 of what we have to do. So if we get past that first step, let's drive off the cliff together. Let's have a little Thelma and Louise moment. We can all hold hands and fly off the cliff. But the responsible thing to do for our workers and for our residents is to begin to queue things up, and I will reiterate, to work around the clock, and I urge again all of us to do that with our union folks. Resolve what the early retirement piece will be in the next few days or week, and then take care of the rest of this budget before it gets worse.
Thank you, Mr. Garcetti. We now have, I see Mr. Parks on the queue, but you're telling me, Mr. Labange, that he's allowing you to go before him?
Just a question. Thank you. Ms. Whalen, you're here. You've heard some of the conversation in your office coming over here. Anything you want to add to it as our Director of Personnel? And you're a veteran of many years of city service, and you understand. You were a Personnel Director for Recreational Parks. You're the city's Personnel Director now. Can you give us some overview of what you've heard here, and we're taking the right steps as we move forward?
Well, I think that given the fact that there are 400 unfunded filled positions in the budget, I think it's prudent to ask the Personnel Department to begin looking at the seniority calculations and developing the layoff and displacement list. This is not going to affect a layoff. This is just simply to begin the process, and it is a very long process.
And if I'm at the Library Department or at the Park Department, and potentially I'm on that list, and then I see there's an opportunity, will the Personnel Department be ready to assist if there's displacement, if there's another opportunity at a city agency that someone could work for?
The Personnel Department is very interested in providing placement opportunities for any employee who's going to be negatively impacted. I do think that Mr. Coltis, though, was very articulate in discussing the fact that we don't have as many opportunities as we've had in past years, but we're also working with CDD in the Library Department and helping employees get jobs outside of the city system. Excuse me. So we are doing everything that we can do to mitigate the impact. But in the meantime, the Personnel Department's job it's a very comprehensive job as it relates to developing layoff lists, and we do need to begin. Whether or not those lists ever get used is another issue.
In your time, do you remember when this last was in a function of where this well-involved preparation? Because I can't remember it, and I'm not an expert in any way, shape, but the only time that I knew the displacement was in 1978, 79, with 8 painters from
right. Well, at that same time, we had a number of positions that were eliminated, but they were entry-level positions, so we didn't have the displacement issues.
I did know a big issue at that time. Members was going from 5 members on a fire engine to 4 members. That was a very big issue at that same time, but that didn't displace anybody. It just reduced staffing at engine houses. And the other time was a budget with Mr. Reardon where they reduced members on a truck company, but we fought for it and got that extra person back. Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Ms. Whalen, as always.
Mr. Parks.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would just like to remind us, and I think everybody's probably, and I think the media is probably looking to say, why are we at this point and who's at fault? And I think if we find a fault, it's because we've been very good to our employees and we've been very good to our communities. We have found over the last 5 years every way that we can possibly put money into situations in which we can benefit the community and ensure our employees are not laid off. But we also have to think about if we are having difficulty starting the process and asking Maggie to compare a list versus how she has to go through the process. How many of us would have been prepared to deal with this 2 years ago or 3 years ago when we had a substantial reserve fund, revenue was coming in, and people felt comfortable in how the money was being spent? Today is a tough day to say, Maggie, go do your job. But I just have to tell you, from what we've seen the last 6 days, if you can't make a decision on asking her to do her job, don't be here next week when 30% of some of these departments are being cut, when thousands of positions that are unfilled have been eliminated just with a line through them, when bodies that you are used to calling no longer exist as it relates to getting your streets repaired, your sidewalks repaired. This is a budget in which it is critical not just for this year, but for the long-term health of this city. And if we want to be here and say we shepherded in bankruptcy, if we want to say we're here when the city financially went under, when our ratings went down, then we can be paralyzed and not move forward. And there's always reasons why we don't want to act. But the issue is, every one of these things that we're talking about were precursored in committee meetings. We had the budget committee opened up. We brought the pension people here the other day, and they talked about $7 billion loss in a year. We brought all of that material. And again, for those who say, why haven't we been briefed, realize we didn't have the budget until April 20th. And April 20th has started a process for us to bring to you next week a budget that we think is appropriate. And as Mr. Garcetti and many people have said, if the money's not real, we're not going to be able to bring you a budget and say, contemplating the increase of $80 to $100 million, we're going to put it in the budget and then spend it. If it's not real, we're going to give you the bare facts and say the revenue's either $4 billion, $3.8 billion, and this is what it can pay. And when we tell you what it can pay, it's a lot less than the 36,000 employees that we have. And I think the issue is we have this menu of things to look at. And Mr. Zion, when you asked the question, have we asked the unions to give up issues? Those conversations have been going on literally for weeks and months, and not one dime has been returned to the budget and to the general fund for us to act upon. And so as we prepare the message for the council committee budget today, the message is going to be very clear. Here are all the things that are out there and options that we have. If they don't come to fruition by July 1st or immediately thereafter, here's the hard facts and the realities. And the number 400 could jump significantly, and as we go through the fiscal year, it can continue to jump. So we have an obligation. There's no more cans buried in the backyard. There's no more rabbits in Jerry's drawer. There's no more of any of this stuff that's available. And Ray has looked for the last time in his file cabinet, and there's no money there. And so the issue is we got to deal with the realities of the budget, the realities of what it means, and we cannot continue to budget and say we're willing to pass a budget July 1st, and then for the next 12 months we find $30 million a month and take it out of the budget. That is not budgeting, it's not structurally sound, and when your rating agencies start telling you that, you have a lot more to lose than what we're talking about today on starting a process for 400 people. So I'd ask for an aye vote that we move this forward, and I would also invite you, come to the hearings today after the council, listen to what we're talking about, listen to what the CLA and the CAO are going to be talking about and how we prepare a budget document to come to the council. Hear this firsthand. Review this material well before it gets to council. Just not look at what may interest you in one position, one special, unique operation in the city, but look at it in the context of the 36,000 employees, and most importantly, the 4 million people that we represent. So I'd ask that we move this forward, that you come and spend some time at the budget hearings today, and then we'll be back here Tuesday with that report. But it is a very serious time for all of us, and it just doesn't have anything to do with one fund over another. It has to do with the whole financial welfare of the city.
Thank you. With that, we have before us the item. We'll take a vote on it now. Please open roll. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
9 ayes, 2 noes.
That is approved. Next order of business, please.
Council has motions for posting and referral.
Those are posted and referred.
There are excuses on the desk. Councilmember Perry requests to be excused Wednesday, May 6th to arrive at 11:15 for city business. That meets council policy.
She is excused.
Councilmember Hahn requests to be excused Friday, July 10th to leave at 11:30 for city business. That meets council policy.
She is excused.
Councilmember Weiss requests to be excused for today's meeting, the 12th and 13th, all for personal business. That meets council policy.
He is excused.
Councilmember Smith requests to be excused Friday, November 6th for personal business. That meets council policy.
Mr. Smith is excused.
And Councilmember Zion requests to be excused Tuesday, June 9th for city business. That meets council policy.
He is excused.
That clears the desk.
Okay. Any announcements, meetings? Mr. Parks?
Finance will start a half hour after council.
Okay. Mr. Cardenas? Mr. Cardenas?
Information Technology General Services Committee will start 10 minutes after council adjourns.
Okay. Any other business announcements? If not, can I ask everybody in council chambers to please rise for our adjourning motions, please?
Thank you very much, Council President and members. It's with great sadness I announce the passing of Albert Green. He passed away on April 16th. 2009, at the age of 59 from pancreatic cancer. Since March of 2006, Mr. Green served as President and Chief Executive Officer of the Valley Presbyterian Hospital. Prior to joining Valley Presbyterian, Mr. Green served for 5 years as President and Chief Executive Officer of the Hollywood Presbyterian Medical Center in Los Angeles. He also served for 8 years in the dual capacity as President and CEO of Alta Bates Medical Center at Berkeley, California, and CEO of the East Bay region of Sutter Health, where he provided oversight to 4 other hospitals in addition to Alta Bates. Mr. Green also served as Chief Executive Officer of Aurora Sinai Medical Center in Milwaukee, where he oversaw the merger of 3 independent hospitals into one unified entity. Mr. Green began his healthcare career at Harper University Hospital in Detroit, where over 18-year period he held various administrative positions, ultimately rising to the position of Chief Administrative Officer. Memorial services will be held on Friday, May 8th at 1 p.m. in the Jean and David Fleming Health Education Center Auditorium at Valley Presbyterian Hospital in the San Fernando Valley. Remembrances may be made to the Albert L. Green Memorial Fund at Valley Presbyterian Hospital Foundation, 15107 Van Allen Street, Van Nuys 91405. Contributions to the fund will benefit the health care of our community. Al is survived by his wife of 36 years, Jolinda Green, son Jeremy Green, daughter Stacy Pierce, and grandson Rory Pierce. Al was an amazing father, a doting grandfather, a loving husband, and a friend to many. His easygoing demeanor and penchant for laughing hid a competitive force which propelled him towards excellence in all that he did, and his love for travel allowed him to experience many different cultures which were beneficial in his daily work. May he rest in peace.
Thank you. All members on that. Thank you. Mr. Parks.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. President. I'd ask that we adjourn in memory of Eddie Marie Deckert, who was born in 1931 in Waco, Texas. She was the oldest of 4 girls. She was a member of the Holder Chapel AME Church in Waco, and in 1950 became an active member of the Second Missionary Baptist Church, where she taught Sunday school. She attended the Waco Public Schools, graduated in 1949 with honors. That same year, she married Willie James Decker, and with that union, they had 4 children. She started college in 1958. In the summer of 1961, received a bachelor's degree in mathematics at Paul Quinn College in Waco, Texas, in which she obtained a position of mathematics teacher. Over the years, she continued to pursue her education, receiving National Science Foundation grant to attend the Mathematics Institute at the University of Oklahoma. She moved to Los Angeles with her family in '67, where she joined the Bethel AME Church. She was a longtime employee of the LA Unified School District for over 27 years, in which she held numerous positions as president of the Faculty Association, the Mathematics Department chairperson, head counselor, teacher advisor, Title I coordinator, and many more. Her final position was assistant principal at Venice High School, where she retired in 1994. She was preceded in her death by her husband of 49 years, Willie James Decker. She's survived by 4 children. Her funeral services will be held Friday, May the 8th at 11 a.m. at Bethel AME at 7900 Southwestern.
Thank you, Mr. Parks. Mr. Zine.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is National Police Week, and honoring the sacrifices made by law enforcement personnel across the country sometimes make the ultimate sacrifice to protect our society. And I want to take this opportunity to thank Councilor Labange and Councilor Mahan, who joined me yesterday at the commencement at the Police Academy, where we had a ceremony recognizing and honoring the officers from Los Angeles Police Department who died in line of duty. In particular was Officer Spree Duche, who was killed September 12th in the Metrolink train crash in Chatsworth. She was the 202nd LAPD officer who died in the line of duty since 1907, and that's when the department started keeping the death records. I've given all council members a copy of the program, and since this is National Police Week, we'd like to just keep in our thoughts the families of the surviving officers, not only Los Angeles Police Department, but other law enforcement officers across the country. And this is National Police Week, where we commemorate the dedication of our brave members of the law enforcement community. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Any other adjourning motions? If not, Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.